Chapter 413. There were numerous wounds all over his body. Some of them were deeper, even reaching into his bone marrow. Zhong Shou didn't care at all. Such pain couldn't move him at all. When the storm disappeared, the first thing Zhong Shou looked at was Hanqi, only to see that the Saint Fire Ant Queen was totally unharmed. Just now he saw that Hanqi seemed to be able to sense the space fissure. It was able to teleport to a safe position at the right time. This shocked Zhong Shou. The power of space was really indiscernible. When the fissure was formed, there were no signs at all. Even beasts with the strongest instincts wouldn't be able to do anything to it. However, Hanqi didn't seem to care at all. Who knows what kind of bug essence was gathered in that piece of 10,000 bug essence to cause the Demon Fire Crystal Ant Queen to have such a change. Frowning, Zhong Shou shifted his gaze to the front. When the clusters of blood-colored mist completely dissipated, Li Mu's face turned pale. What appeared in front of his eyes was a mess. Numerous corpses of firebirds appeared in front of his eyes. They were all broken and incomplete. A portion of them were probably buried in the space fissure. The surging red tide from before had completely disappeared without a trace. Only 3 to 5 grade 7 firebirds were left. They would cry out from time to time. Most of them were powerless, and their bodies were heavily injured. Coincidentally, at this moment, the phoenix cry rang out once more. It was still filled with endless hatred and grievances. However, this time it was more of begging. Zhong Shou was too lazy to bother. He first took in a deep breath to suppress the emotions in his chest. Then he rested his chin on his hand and looked in front of him, carefully calculating. Zhong, do you think these things are worth 300,000 merit points? The Zhong he spoke of was Zhong Yuan. At this moment, he was startled as he looked forward. If he didn't personally see it, he wouldn't believe that such a calamity was caused by 3 energy-destroying spirit upheaval talismans. Xuanya was startled at this moment. After a long while, she sighed. Seeing the many bird corpses before her, she had to use all of her strength to suppress her greed. How could it be just 300,000? Adding up the materials and beast crystals on these corpses, even the most conservative estimate was around 500,000. The heavens pitied her. One must know that she, Xuanya, spent a year in this vast habitat and only earned 20 to 30,000 merit points. It was only recently, after breaking through to the Empyrean realm, that his income had increased significantly. Could this be the fortune mentioned in those books? It really made people envious and jealous. It took him about an hour to clean up these corpses, which almost filled up an entire small cosmos sack. The golden winged fire phoenix didn't appear again after that. It cried out in the distance for an entire hour before disappearing without a trace. When the 3 of them followed the spiritual river and returned to the spiritual sea a few hours later, the 3 of them were shocked, only to see the hundreds of common people disciples all look over with weird gazes. Just now, the spiritual sea also felt the tremors from afar. They could also faintly hear the cries of phoenixes. However, these people didn't know what happened. However, they could roughly guess that it had something to do with the 3 of them. Zhong Shou was really calm, swaggering back to the vast habitat with Zhong Yuan under the gazes of so many people. Xuanya had a weird expression on her face, stopping at her few senior and junior sisters. From start to finish, she didn't say a word. Young Qin's pupils constricted, her eyes filled with viciousness. Wasn't this the person who used the illusionary technique to make her feel uncomfortable for a few days at night? Chenro also said weirdly, "This is Tan Xiao." Senior sister, what exactly happened? Xuanya was still silent, occasionally touching her small heaven and earth bag. Although Tan Xiao's personality was bad, he was really generous. At that time, he used the name of compensating for her injuries to stuff 30,000 merit points worth of bird corpses to her. However, since she accepted his benefits, then there were some things that she needed to help this senior of the sect to keep a secret. Suddenly, a clear male voice spread out from the side. "Is this person the person who entered First Courtyard not long ago?" Xuanya was stunned, turning around and looking back. Her brows rose up unhappily. "Luo, sure? That's him. Why are you asking this?" I just want to know how strong this person is. Luo sure smiled, since he is my future opponent. How can I not know a little about him? Speaking of which, who knows what happened just now? The entire formation of the common people's vast habitat was shaken. Just now when you were together with him. How did you feel? He smiled as he looked towards Yongqin and Shinro. I know that your two sisters had schemed against that person and lost badly. From far away, I could hear moaning. To be able to break your beautiful demon technique and not be affected by the bewitching technique. This person, after breaking through to grade 7, is worth me attacking for him. Yongqin's face instantly flushed red. When Xuanya heard that, she rolled her eyes and was a little speechless, thinking to herself that this Luo was asking to die. Before this, she also had such thoughts. However, at this moment, she totally dispelled those thoughts. She could only find another path for the core disciple position. Even if he didn't break through to grade 7, this Tanshio's combat strength was probably stronger than hers. If she waited until this person broke through and was able to make his protector beast use its full strength to challenge him, wouldn't she lose for sure? Looking at this confident junior brother Luo, for some reason, Xuanya felt a sense of joy. Anyways, the one who would be embarrassed in the future wouldn't be her. The moment Zhongshu returned to the common people's vast habitat, he noticed that Chu Shui and Ruo Shui were waiting at the entrance of the spiritual river. Looking at Zhongshu up here, the latter was still okay, but Chu Shui, that brat, instantly teared up, snot and tears running down her face as she hugged Zhongshu. People who passed by all looked over, receiving numerous disdainful gazes, thinking that he had done something to this little girl. With much difficulty, he calmed down Chu Shui. Zhongshu once again headed straight for the mirror hall. He felt slightly relaxed and delighted. With that, the matter of him totally destroying the courtyard, Chu Shui, that dumb brat, had most probably already forgotten about it. The person in charge of the mirror hall was a grade 8 inner sect disciple of the hall. He heard that his surname was Fu, a middle-aged man around 40 years old who liked to keep a straight face. Zhongshu had met this person twice and didn't see any expression on his face. However, when Zhongshu directly walked to the highest 3rd floor and opened up his heaven and earth bag, he poured a pile of grade 7 firebird corpses on the ground. This cold-faced, middle-aged man was finally moved. He endured the pungent smell of blood and glanced over. Then he frowned. This fellow sect member, the rules of the Merit Hall is that you have to kill it yourself in the spiritual river. If others act on your behalf, it can't be counted. When Zhongshu heard that, the corner of his lips curled up slightly. He had expected that this person would say that. However, he didn't retort, not saying a word as he kept the portion that he poured out. However, just as he started, the voice of an old man spread out from the side. These things were indeed obtained by him in the spiritual river with his own strength. I can testify for him on this matter. Zhongshu scolded out, thinking to himself who this person was to be so nosy. Hearing the voice, it seemed to be the senior brother of the book hiding hall B. Turning his gaze, as expected, it was Hanfang who stood at the entrance of the stairs with a smile that wasn't a smile. When the surnamed Fu heard that, he looked over. He was first shocked. Who are you? It was like he had never seen Hanfang before. A moment later, he thought about something and bowed deeply. So, it is I, Song Xingdao Sr. Greetings. Since Senior can testify, then this matter is naturally true. In his tone, there was more or less a hint of disbelief. Zhongshu was helpless and could only continue to open the heaven and earth bag and pour out the grade 7 firebird corpses. Not long later, it piled up to the size of a small mountain. Luckily, the 3rd floor of the Merit Hall was buffed with a space technique. The place was huge, and he didn't have to worry about it piling up. He estimated that there should be around 60,000 merit points. Zhongshu was about to close the bag. Who knew that, after Hanfang laughed, he suddenly grabbed his hand and held on to Zhongshu's hand. Junior brother, you are too unkind. That red fire golden phoenix used up a lot of our common people's vast habitat formation. Moreover, before Junior Brother entered, you should have known about the rules of Song Xingdao. Within the spiritual river, All the gains from hunting have to be exchanged with me, Song Shengdao. Zhongshou was speechless and could only allow the heaven and earth bag to pour out. He originally thought that he would be able to earn a huge sum, but now it was all gone. Song Shengdao did have such a rule. However, when he entered, he didn't expect that he would gain so much. Actually, he only needed 35,000 merit points. Wouldn't it be better if he sold these bird corpses for money? What was the point of exchanging them for Song Shengdao merit points? The 300,000 merit points of Song Shengdao were placed outside. Not counting the beast crystals, just the materials on the bird corpses were enough to sell for at least 1,000 grade 7 beast crystals. It was enough to buy many things. When he collected them, he spent an hour. When all the bird corpses were poured out, he also used 15 minutes. Fu Wu was totally stunned. Only after a short while did he come back to his senses. He first looked towards Han Feng in disbelief, only to see this sect senior of unknown background nod his head. Only then did Fu Wu start to calculate the merit points in a daze. However, he spent 4 hours before he had an outcome. He took in a deep breath. This fellow sect disciple has obtained roughly 490,000 merit points. Fu Wu wants to thank Junior Brother. With these materials, our common people path won't need to worry about grade 7 spiritual artifact materials for low-grade disciples within 3 years. It will help our sect grow stronger. His gratitude was genuine and sincere. Even if Celestial Realm experts acted, they wouldn't be able to find so many grade 7 firebirds in a short time. Experts of that level wouldn't have the time to do so. Zhongshou only felt helpless, unwillingly taking out his sect token. When he looked at Zhongshou's token, the words third generation core disciple, Fu Wu's expression changed, following which he was enlightened. Chapter 414. Walking out of the merit hall, Zhongshou's heart was so pained that his mouth nearly turned crooked. Just now, he could only look on helplessly as the treasures that landed in his bag slipped away bit by bit. However, Han Feng still wasn't willing to let him go. He chased up from behind and smiled. Junior Brother, why are you so angry? The sect merit points can not only be used to exchange for books. In the future, you will know the benefits of this merit points. Zhongshou burst out laughing. Anyways, no matter what, he definitely wouldn't be able to earn anything. However, in his heart, he was a little curious. Not only exchanging for the sect's martial path secret techniques and spiritual cultivation books. Apart from that, what else could he do? Most of it was to be wary. A few days ago, he saw this senior brother Han Feng kick him to the curb after he outlived his usefulness. At this moment, he changed from arrogance to respect. He definitely had a plan. As expected, in the next moment, he heard Han Feng say expressionlessly, Junior Brother, not long ago, did you get a new spiritual pet protector beast in the Spirit River? Samurai's eyes turned cold. He waved his sleeves and tossed out Hanshi, who was also hiding in his sleeves. Senior Brother is talking about this? That's right. Han Feng nodded slightly. Then, he looked up and down at this human-shaped spiritual pet with a complicated expression. That deep gaze seemed like it was going to pierce through this grade 7 bug-type elite beast. Hanshi also felt it, its sleepiness totally disappearing. It opened its purple-gold eyes, which were filled with fierceness. When Han Feng saw the situation, he didn't care at all. After smiling, he shifted his gaze away. His eyes were filled with emotions, as expected from a natural variant. Junior Brother is really lucky. Zhongshou didn't speak, listening quietly. He knew that Han Feng still hadn't finished speaking. So natural variants are born from killing and vengeful energy. They are born arrogant and untamable. Since ancient times, there have been numerous cases of them attacking their masters. However, if Junior Brother can reach the Celestial Realm one day, you will know the benefits of this natural variant. It isn't just about its combat strength being on the same level as a god beast. In the future, he would treat it well. Once he was able to completely subdue it, it will definitely be of great help to Junior Brother. When he heard those words, Zhongshou frowned. Why was Han Feng speaking today so vague and evasive, only saying half of what he wanted to say? Han Feng wasn't willing to continue. his expression turning solemn. There's one more thing. I've already thought about it carefully. The matter of condensing the Dharma idol is really too illusory and too risky. It will also hinder Junior Brother's future. In my opinion, it's better for Junior Brother to rebuild his foundation. Hanfang will do his best to help Junior Brother recover within half a year. Zhongsho could not help but feel his heart sink, and he secretly felt bitter in his mouth. What Hanfang said a few days ago was indeed comforting words. At that time, he probably knew that he wouldn't have many achievements in spiritual cultivation. At this moment, the change in attitude was most likely due to him being the protector beast. Clenching his fists, Zhongsho's smile returned to his face. Reconstruct the foundation? There's no need. Junior Brother has already seen those few Dharma idol books. They are indeed useful. Hanfang was startled, following which his brow furrowed. I won't hide it from Junior Brother. Condensing the Dharma idol is indeed a way out. At that time, I didn't have any intentions to multiply. However, does Junior Brother know? This Buddhist faction Dharma is split into high, mid, high-low, and low grades. Although the heaven-swallowing energy conversion technique is a miraculous technique, it should be based on the martial path. If one uses it to form the Dharma, one can only use the whirlpool as a reference. Even if one succeeds, at most it would be intermediate grade. Whirlpool, intermediate grade? Zhongsho's eyes were filled with a smile. The Dharma that he wanted to form wasn't this. It was the power that the naked eye couldn't see and could destroy the world. Even the end realm experts of this era might not know about it. Diamond Legendary Rulai Heart Mantra. Let's hope that the contents of the book won't disappoint him. Suddenly stopping, Zhongsho turned around. Senior Brother, you are so knowledgeable. Have you seen a black hole? Hanfang's body also froze, his heart filled with confusion. Black hole? What was that? This was the first time he had heard of such a term. Zhongsho didn't say anything, similarly finishing half of what he wanted to say. His sleeves fluttered as he walked towards the technique teaching pavilion. Truly silent, mixing and cleansing but having the same taste. True nature is calm. Cage on the outside and inside one. Deep chasms. There are no clear and turbid waves. Full moon round. How can there be any increase or decrease? Inpi Lu's Hana. It is another name for the sun, getting rid of the darkness and covering the light. However, the sun of the world. There is the square division. If one looks at the outside, it can't reach the inside. On the side, not on the side, only in the day. The night without candlelight. Real eye is wise to the light. Why not? Covering everything. Being the light. Saying that all Buddhas are equal. Saying that cause and effect originates from him. There are no actions, etc. Entering into the wisdom. It is equal. The same reality. To be able to use this wisdom. Think of the name. Great Narayan Force. In the small, quiet room, Zhongsho held a book in his hands, reading it over and over again. The book in his hands was naturally not the original Vajra region Vairocana heart mantra in the technique teaching pavilion, but a copy that he wrote himself. There were only 40 pages, roughly 5,000 words. Zhongsho had already read it for 30 days within these 30 days. Apart from listening to classes and cultivating, he spent all his time on this book. He didn't get tired of reading it over and over again. This was his reading experience in his last life. He couldn't understand it once, but after reading it a few times, he would be able to comprehend some obscure and hard-to-understand parts. The Buddhist path was deep and had many terms. There were many words in the book that required one to obtain the corresponding legacy to be able to understand. However, during these few days, Zhongsho comprehended over and over again, deducing and deducing. In the end, he comprehended half of this grade 10 Buddhist cultivation secret manual. It should be about time. There is no point in continuing to read it. These Buddhists were truly petty. Why are they learning the profound words of the Confucians? Casually tossing the book in his hands to the side, Zhongsho's body flashed, and he appeared beside the window at the back. Looking out from here, he could see that Chu Shui was practicing the sword. Occasionally, she would give out a soft ha-ha sound. Her petite body looked like she was dancing, and one couldn't tell that she was practicing the sword at all. Beside her was a grade 5 spirit beast dark chill tiger. Along with Chu Shue's actions, the two of them were quite compatible. That sword stance was really special, occasionally bringing with it threads of spiritual energy. However, each time it came into contact with Chu Shue's true qi, it would dissipate instantly. This set of sword technique was something that Zhong Shou specially created for Chu Shui a few days ago. This also came from a suggestion that Zhong Yuan unintentionally made. This brat Chu Shui, if they were to compete in martial arts, she would be second only to him. Even if Zhong Yuan faced her and fought with her on the same level, he would have a headache. However, this brat was unable to cast spells smoothly in battle. She was unable to complement her martial path and bring out the best of each other. Zhong Shou had a headache over this for a long time until he heard Zhong Yuan's casual suggestion. Rather than spending time to let Chu Shui grasp spells to fight, why not use her martial path talents to the extreme and try to merge spiritual energy into it? Zhong Shou was instantly inspired and created these tens of sword stances. He treated it as a small attempt. If it succeeded, it would be good. If it didn't, he would just lose some time. However, looking at Chu Shue's situation, the progress wasn't something that he was optimistic about. As expected, to merge spiritual energy into the sword stance, one has to merge spirit and martial arts into one. Before this, I thought too simply. Zhong Shou sighed. It wasn't easy to make Han Feng regret. Looking closely for a while, he noticed that Chu Shue's mind wasn't on the sword at all. Each time he practiced the sword, he couldn't help but glance to the side, looking to the side, only to see that there was a small spiritual formation at the side of the training field. Less than 100 feet, it was filled with fiery stones, and within it was a phoenix egg. Zhong Shou instantly smiled. Since this phoenix egg was about to hatch, this Chu Shui was like that. She would occasionally look over. This red fire golden phoenix egg was one of the protector beasts that Zhong Shou chose for Chu Shui. The red fire golden phoenix was one of the subspecies of the fire phoenix, and its combat strength was no weaker than the latter. The phoenix blood in its body was really thick, and the descendants it gave birth to wouldn't have much of their bloodline changed. When they were born, they would be peak grade 6. As long as they found a bit of true phoenix blood, they would be able to become a true fire phoenix. Choosing a few good protector beasts for Chu Shui was one of his attempts. Even if they didn't know how to use spells, they would let the protector beasts use them. In his last life, he had seen a beast-controlling technique that allowed the protector beast to share his soul power. Even apart from their abilities, they could learn a few special spells depending on the grade. Within Song Shengdao, there were similar techniques. Naturally, with Chu Shue's soul power, she couldn't use too many protector beasts. In a life of a spirit master, as their soul power grew, they could have at most 10 to 20 protector beasts. Naturally gifted ones could reach 30. However, only 3 to 5 of them could be used to fight at the same time. Even the most talented ones could only use 7 to 8 of them at most. To maintain the spiritual contract and control the intent and soul of the beast, one needed to consume large amounts of soul power. One also needed a strong mental intent to suppress it. The higher the grade, the harder it was to control. Zhong Shou himself did it, because his 3 spiritual beasts were all natural protector beasts. The rising moon lion little Ji voluntarily submitted and didn't need him to purposely control it. Most of his soul power was used on the demon Eye Silver Bear, which was why he could control 5 at the same time. Chu Shue's talents in this area could only be considered slightly below average. Even if she could control 1 or 2 high-grade spiritual beasts, it wouldn't be of much help to her. However, Zhong Shou coincidentally knew of a secret technique 10,000 years in the future that would reduce the consumption of spiritual contracts. That was to gather the 5 spirits of heaven and earth, green dragon, white tiger, black tortoise, vermilion bird, as well as the central Qilin. With the 5 spirits gathered, a natural cycle would occur through a special soul contract formation. At that time, one could reduce the consumption of soul power to the minimum. At that time, Even with Chu Shui's talents, she might be able to control 5 spirit protector beasts at the same time. Using the 5 spirit beasts to help her comprehend heaven and earth could make up for Chu Shui's weaknesses. Chapter 415. Zhongshou expressionlessly glanced at the phoenix egg. The flame on the eggshell was already golden. It seemed like it was at most 2 days away from hatching. Red fire golden phoenix could become a vermilion bird spirit, although the dark chill tiger was a beast king of the same grade. Unfortunately, it was a spirit beast. Only by helping it regenerate its flesh and blood and purifying its bloodline could it become a white tiger spirit. As for the other 3 types of spirit beasts, who knew where he could find them? He didn't care about those whose grades were too low and couldn't carry the 5-element spirit contract. Sighing, Zhongshou retracted his gaze. Then, he looked at his right hand, only to see a thumb-sized black dot. It was the heaven-swallowing energy conversion technique that was sucking everything around. It was like a black hole that could swallow everything. However, at this moment, Zhongshou was controlling it so that it was really gentle. The so-called black hole was a product of a large world. A few thousand years later, the Cloud World God Emperor would take down a brand new giant world. It was said that that world was thousands of times bigger than the Cloud World, and one couldn't touch its borders. However, the spiritual energy was thin and one couldn't cultivate it all. Only a few star domains with special environments had living creatures. The sun within the Cloud World, the Great Sun, was called a star in that new world. It was also said that when this star decayed to the extreme, it would become a so-called black hole. That was something that cultivators found a few thousand years ago. It was a type of thing that could swallow all matter, including all heaven and earth spiritual energy, light, and the spiritual sense of cultivators. It existed in the universe. One couldn't see it with the naked eye, and one couldn't sense it with their spiritual sense. One could only compare it with the surrounding star regions to confirm its location. It was said that after this, numerous experts rushed over to comprehend the mysteries within. However, most of them returned helplessly. Zhongshou was lucky enough to read a few books about this black hole. Evolving this great sun dharma to the extreme, or even reversing it, it would be the sun swallowing. It's also said that all major and minor worlds were born from a single singularity, which expanded and exploded into existence. When it was destroyed, be it time or space, everything would return to one. Isn't there a saying in Taoism that Tao begets one, one begets two, two begets three, and three begets all things? I heard that outside of the black hole is a white hole. This was the conjecture of an end-realm expert. In contrast to the black hole, it emitted endless light, endless heat, and endless energy. However, from start to finish, no one discovered it. Because the light couldn't enter, the naked eye couldn't see it, and the spiritual sense couldn't detect it. That world is just too vast. As his thoughts wandered, Zhongshou's eyes became brighter and brighter. He only felt that he might have found his true path to the great Tao. My swordsmanship also walks the path of merging all streams into one. At its core, it was to combine the thousands of laws of the world into one. It seemed like this sun-swallowing dharma could also be started from the martial path. However, I wonder what grade this dharma idol will be rated in Buddhism. Muttering to himself, Zhongshou suddenly clenched his right hand, causing the thumb-sized black sphere to completely disappear into his palm. With his current cultivation, to be able to do all that was impossible. That was impossible, which was why Zhongshou wasn't greedy. He only wanted its form and didn't hope to obtain its soul. That was something that would happen after he stepped into the celestial path. However, even then, Zhongshou could predict how tough it would be to form this sun-swallowing dharma. The future was also a ball of fog. The path was long, and he had to search for it from top to bottom. However, although this path was tough, Zhongshou had a feeling that if he succeeded, he would be able to open up a new path to the great Tao. Why am I thinking so much? What path? It isn't time for me to think about all that. Mocking himself, Zhongshou directly headed out of the door. He actually rode on the sword light and headed into the distance. This time, he directly exited the Common People's Path vast habitat. The Common People's Path vast habitat was built in the void. Apart from leaving through the formation, or if one's strength reached grade 7 and broke through some weak space barriers. Otherwise, no matter which direction one left, they were all similar to that space fisher-like region in the Spirit River. The place he was rushing to was a relatively stable, small-scale spirit ocean away from the Common People's Path vast habitat. However, different from other places, as this place was behind the Common People's Path vast habitat, there were very few beasts and evil demons that came here, which was why the disciples of Song Shengdao used it as a trading market. There were many disciples who usually listened to lessons in the vast habitat. Every night, they would set up stalls within the vast habitat to do business. It was said that there were some merchants directly under the sect that participated. Pills, spiritual artifacts, all sorts of things. This was also one of the uses of merit points that he heard from Han Fong. To obtain merit points, one had to personally do it. However, if one used it to trade with fellow sect members, the sect would admit it. Only they would collect 5% of the transfer fee. It was said that 8,000 years ago, this market was opened within the Common People's Path vast habitat. After Wei Su took over the Revered One, he felt that the market aura here was too thick, too vulgar, and unsightly. Although he had no way to shut it down, he had the ability to move this market out of the Common People's Path vast habitat. Zhong Shou was speechless towards this. As for Wei Su's claim that he was once a member of the Confucian faction, he finally believed him a little. Only these pedantic Confucians would bother about such boring things. Entering this market, Zhong Shou directly found a few shops that the sect opened. As expected from the Common People's Path internal market, many things that were banned outside could be bought here. Everything one could think of was available here. Zhong Shou didn't look at them one by one. The things he wanted were already ordered tens of days ago. At this moment, he just needed to pay. Taking out the merit points, these few things were in his hands. The quality was actually not bad. Zhong Shou's face was filled with joy. After all, his cultivation method was close to the Taoist faction and different from the Buddhist faction. If nothing went wrong, to form the Yin and Yang Dharma, he would need to borrow the help of external items. There were many steps that needed to be prepared now. These few spiritual items were the few that he chose to be the medium that could help him form the Dharma. Unfortunately, I lacked 2 treasures to be the core of the Dharma. This great Sun Dharma had a place to start. Within the Demon Corpse Mountain, there is also a blazing glass pearl buried there. A few days ago, he told Zhong Gang to head out secretly to bring me to get it. No one would find out. However, treasures with the dark element and the ability to devour were hard to find. In my memory, there are only 3. One of them has already landed in the hands of others. The other 2 are still buried within the desolate ancient ruins. However, those 2 places still haven't appeared. Frowning, Zhong Shou walked to the talisman building of the sect and directly took out a celestial grade 9 change barrier breaking talisman. Just this one card alone cost him 200,000 merit points. The grades of talismans were spiritual talisman, magical talisman, celestial talisman, and ultimate talisman. This celestial talisman was counted by a God realm expert in the sect. Based on what the deacons said, he didn't ask for anything. He just needed to be able to help Song Shengdao's juniors, and he would be satisfied. This 9-change barrier-breaking talisman was of a higher grade than the Taishian heart-locking soul-settling talisman, and its spiritual energy was thicker. Thinking about this matter, Zhong Shou looked at his left sleeve with some grievances. Within it, Hanshi had turned into a silver egg and was sleeping. Even if the Taishian heart-locking soul-settling talisman wasn't as good as the 9-change barrier-breaking talisman, it could be exchanged for 150,000 merit points. If he sold it, he might be able to obtain more beast crystals and mind stones. However, such a celestial talisman was actually unable to control Hanshi's mind at the start and caused a backlash. Just how strong was the divine soul of this innate mutant? Even the celestial talisman was unable to suppress it. There was also that senior brother Han, although his words made one confused. However, the reason why he came to find him was really clear. He came specifically for Hanshi. This mutated ant queen would be really important to him in the future. Shaking his head, Zhongsho carefully hid the celestial talisman in his heaven and earth bag. If he had no choice, he could only take the risk and go all out. He knew a place where this 9-change barrier-breaking talisman could open up the restrictions. However, it was also really dangerous within, and there was a 90% chance of dying. The last item he decided on was a furnace that was specially used for refining weapons. There were also tins of fire essence stones taken from the depths of the lava. Zhongsho's artifact crafting standards were similar to pill refining. In a last life, he wanted to learn, but had no way to do so. In this era, he did have a way, but he didn't have time to learn. However, there was another reason why he bought these things. After obtaining all these items, Zhongsho was finally free. Leisurely and carefree, he strolled around and took a look around. The items here were the most precious items from the 3 sects, 6 schools, and the main hall shops. However, amongst the disciples who set up stalls here, sometimes he could find some good items. For example, the last time he came, Zhongsho bought a rare spiritual item lightning diamond, which could be used to craft a new weapon for Zhongyuan. He also used a phoenix egg to create a similar grade Xianing condor. It was the direct descendant of the ancient god Beasting You, and its value was no lower than the phoenix egg. It was Ruoshue's life pet. It was also best at stealth, making no sound or signs. It was said that its ancestor Ing could not only stealth, but it could also cross space. Each time it pounced, it would bring with it the power of space, and very few people could block it. It was one of the hardest beasts to deal with during the ancient cloud desolate era. As expected, after a month, there were many more good items on these stalls. A few of them were things that even Zhongsho was tempted by. This was something that in the last life, no matter how hard he worked, he couldn't get. However, in the end, he bore with it and didn't buy them. To him, these spiritual items weren't necessary, and buying them would be a waste. In the blink of an eye, Zhongsho's eyes locked onto a stall at the exit of the market. A muscular man, no weaker than Yin Yang, sat there. In front of him was a simple white cloth, and on it were 2 items. Chapter 416. This egg seems to be a Yin Xian turtle. In front of the burly man, there was nothing else. Only 2 beast eggs. The shell was covered in black cloud patterns. Zhongsho recalled in his mind. A moment later, he dug out the picture of the Yin Xian turtle egg from his dusty memories. Following which he smiled. There was a difference, but it wasn't much. Even if it wasn't, it should be of the same species. Unfortunately, it should only be grade 5. Zhongsho didn't care much. 2 Yin Xian turtle eggs. Chu Shui could gather another 5 spirit beast. As for himself, he could also find a protector spirit beast that could defend himself. Being grade 5 when it was born, its Xuanwu bloodline was already really thick. Without hesitating, Zhongsho walked in front of the burly man. How many crystals are you willing to sell these 2 Yin Xian turtle eggs? The burly man raised his head. This person was tall and muscular, but his face was delicate and handsome. After taking a look at Zhongsho, he shook his head. I won't sell this egg, only exchange. I want a beast egg of the same price. It is good at flying. Zhongsho's brows furrowed. If he wanted to exchange, he only had one on him. It could fly, but if that was the case, he would be at a loss. Slightly weighing the pros and cons, Zhongsho still took out a fire phoenix egg, asking, "Is this okay? What can you use to make up for the difference?" Phoenix egg, grade 6? Is it a red fire golden phoenix? When the fire-colored golden egg jumped into his eyes, the burly man's pupils constricted. His breathing also became heavy. His eyes struggled for a moment, but in the end he sighed helplessly. I can't make up for the difference. My sister also hasn't formed a fire word true talisman. Zhongsho was stunned, following which he turned around and left without saying a word. What this person wanted was a protector spirit beast that was suitable for his family. Although his grade 6 phoenix egg was a top spiritual pet, it was useless to this person. Between the 2 of them, there was no possibility of a trade. Zhongsho was naturally too lazy to waste words with this person. Although the Xianyin turtle was not bad, it wasn't a true top defensive spiritual pet. There was nothing else in the bazaar that could pique his interest. He strolled around and looked at all the stalls. Zhongsho felt a little regretful as he left this small-sized spiritual ocean. He followed a spiritual river and returned to the common people vast habitat. However, they had only walked for an hour when the spiritual energy in the surroundings suddenly trembled. In that instance, Zhongsho was unable to react. He felt like he was being pulled into a small-sized foreign space. Although there was still that spirit river around him, and the spiritual energy was still surging, it had nothing to do with him anymore. Within this space fissure, it's a space. Zhongsho's twos to the front twos as there were three of a person. The person in front was wearing a purple gold robe, his sleeves fluttering in the wind. He was around 18 years old. His face could be considered handsome, his expression arrogant. The other two people seemed to be Tsang Shengdao disciples, but they seemed to be outer sect disciples. They followed behind this purple-robed teen, their expressions respectful like that of servant. Zhongsho didn't find it weird. Tsang Shengdao's 3 sects and 6 schools. All the protectors of the core spirit masters could obtain 1 or 2 outer sect disciple identities. They could follow their master into the common people vast habitat to train for many years. These 3 people were in such a situation. What made him curious was why the 3 of them were lying in ambush here. However, before he could ask, one of the 2 outer court disciples, who was relatively older, had already said, "Take out the phoenix egg on your body. My young master wants it." Phoenix egg? Zhongsho instantly understood. Most probably the scene when they were trading was seen by these few people. Thinking about it, Zhongsho took out the fire phoenix egg, smiling slightly. "I do have this item, and I am willing to trade it with my fellow sect members. What are you all planning to use to exchange for it?" The 2 outer court custodians were instantly startled. Even the purple-robed young man frowned his eyebrows, looking extremely displeased. However, it was like he couldn't be bothered to speak to Zhongsho, not saying a word. In the end, it was still the same person from before. As if he had heard the funniest joke, he sneered, "Junior brother, do you know what kind of person my young master is? The grandson of the 6th generation direct elder of the Xinyang sect. As long as my young master is satisfied and asks him to say a word to you, it would be enough for you to benefit greatly. Today, no matter what you exchange for it, wouldn't be as good as what my young master values." Zhongsho's expression was a little stunned. "Then do the few of you know that if this red fire golden phoenix egg is handed to the sect, it would be worth at least 200,000 merit points? Your young master values it highly. Can it allow me to exchange for 2 grade 10 sect secret techniques?" That person seemed to have expected that Zhongsho would say that, his gaze turning cold. "That would depend on whether Junior Brother can hand it over. Do you know that since you are sealed within this space, then your phoenix egg and even your life and death are all in the young master's hands? He gave you a chance, and you don't know what's good for you?" Zhongsho had a premonition that this wouldn't end well. However, when he heard the last few sentences, he couldn't help but sigh. As expected, one couldn't show off one's wealth. There were too few righteous people like Jinbu Hui and Xuanya in the world. However, he didn't have any bad feelings towards the sect. No matter how strong a sect was, there would always be some dirt, especially Tsang Shengdao, who had a bad reputation. Since 10,000 years of legacy, there would always be some unfilial disciples who would sneak into the sect. It was foreseeable that there would be good and bad people mixed in. Originally, he wanted to show off his 3rd-generation core disciple token. No matter how skilled the 3 of them were, or how much support they had, they should scram far away. However, following which his heart moved, thinking that this treasure that could have an independent space was not bad. Roughly looking, there was actually 5,000 feet of space able to fit several people within. The spiritual energy was also not bad. Thinking about that, Zhongsho's face revealed a playful smile. "Do the 3 of you dare to snatch it? This is the common people's path, vast habitat. Every minute, and every inch is within the spiritual sense of the sect experts. Aren't you afraid of being chased out of the sect? This time the older gray shirt man didn't speak. That purple-robed teen waved his sleeves to tell his subordinates to keep quiet. Then he coldly stared at Zhong Shou, his eyes filled with a sharp glow. Within my Lingjia ring, even celestial realm experts might not be able to send their spiritual sense in. Naturally, outsiders wouldn't be able to find out what is done within. I want that red-fire golden phoenix egg. Are you willing to part with it or not? Is it up to you? Hearing that celestial realm experts couldn't send their spiritual sense in, Zhong Shou was shocked. He knew that this space treasure wasn't ordinary, but he didn't expect it to be of such a high level. It was at least grade 3 and above magical treasure level. In his heart, he was even happier as he nodded his head. Since that is the case, then that means, even if I, Tan Xiu, snatch your things here, no one will know, right? That purple-robed teen was startled when he heard that. He knew long ago that the person in front of him was a little too calm. Since he fell into his Lingjia ring, he didn't panic at all. Who knew what he was relying on? That last sentence made his heart skip a beat, and he subconsciously felt a little uneasy. The two people at the side didn't feel anything, only finding it preposterous as they laughed coldly. However, in the next instance, a purple lightning flashed around Zhong Shou's body, and his entire body disappeared from the spot. Along with the lightning extending in a few tenths of a blink of an eye, it was in front of the three of them. Only then did the two gray-shirt servants' hearts jump, shock rising up in their hearts. Pretty much instinctively they roared out, taking out two giant shields to block in front of the purple-robed teen. The teen's face turned serious as he took several steps back, a series of talismans smacking into the bodies of the two people in front of him. It caused the two gray-shirt servants' bodies to suddenly swell up, all their muscles tensing up. Especially on the giant iron shields, a silver glow appeared. He didn't do anything and didn't chant anything. He just formed a seal with his hand, and a lightning pattern suddenly lit up at the center of his brows. Then, a dark cloud gathered in the sky. Numerous lightning bolts swam about and gathered within. It seemed like it could slash down at any moment. Zhong Shou was shocked when he saw this. As expected, there were many geniuses in this Tsang Shengdao. Within the vast habitat, there were no weaklings. However, Zhong Shou was definitely going to get this Lingjia ring today. Maniac lightning, 1,000 blades. The purple lightning exploded out. The sword in Zhong Shou's hand stabbed out who knows how many times, turning into thousands of purple sword lights that struck the two giant shields. In just a breath, there were hundreds of metal clashing sounds, one after another, pretty much gathering at one place and attacking one's mind. In the next blink of an eye, the two giant shields had already totally collapsed. The two gray-shirt servants spat out blood, retreating several steps before collapsing to the ground. Their bodies were covered in lightning. Their muscles were numb, and the energy in their bodies was close to collapsing. However, after being blocked by these two people, there were already a few vast electric currents rushing down from the jet black clouds in the sky. That purple-robed teen heaved a sigh of relief. With his special talent, when he used this grade 8 Dao technique, even the few grade 7 experts in the sect might not be able to safely take it, much less this person. Zhong Shou's eyes didn't even blink. The sword light split apart, slashing left and right, absorbing all the lightning into the sword body in his hand. Following which, not only was he not struck down by the lightning, but he swallowed it, turning all the lightning into his own. A sword wrapped in a giant lightning ball charged forwards. The purple-robed teen's face instantly turned ashen white. He only felt that in front of this vast sword light, all his methods were useless. He couldn't block it. He couldn't block it. This person obviously wanted his life. He was really going to die. In the next moment, he felt an extremely vast force shatter the protective Dao technique around him along with his astral energy. He felt an intense pain in his abdomen as he was sent flying. Chapter 417. After tens of breaths, the three of them laid paralyzed on the ground, unable to climb up. Zhongsho was really vicious. Their faces and skin didn't have any wounds. However, within their bodies, there were wounds all over. Everything he had on him had been plundered clean. The two outer sect protector disciples were still okay. They didn't have anything good themselves. However, the face of the purple-robed teen was ashen white. The small heaven and earth bag he carried had at least tens of millions of grade 4 beast crystals worth of treasures and spiritual materials. However, he bit down on his lips and didn't say a word. Dual cultivator, grasping sword intent. Even a fool would know that the person in front of him had a special identity within the sect. At least he wasn't weaker than him. How could he have really thought that the other party's cultivation was just a disguise through an illusion? This is the Lingjie ring. As expected, it is a good item. Grade 4 magical treasure. Not bad. In Zhongsho's hand, he was playing with a red iron ring. Such a space treasure was something he only obtained a few in the later stages of the God Emperor game. It was like this 5,000 feet space was the smallest effect of this item. The cultivation of this purple-robed idiot was too low, which was why he wasn't able to use it to its full potential. After it was fully spread out, it should have at least 5,000 feet of space. Within it, at least 9 heaven veins were formed, and it could be used as a moving cave to cultivate within. Naturally, if he used it to extort or even rob within the common people's vast habitat, it would be great too. Extremely satisfied, he directly wore this item on his hand, following which Zhongsho took out a token, only to see that on it were the words Xinyang Sect 8th Generation Core Disciple Lija. So it really is a core disciple. In the 6th generation of Xinyang Sect, there seems to be an elder surnamed Li. I've sinned. Although he said that he had sinned, Zhongsho didn't care at all, casually tossing the token in his hand over. That Lija had already recovered some strength, his eyes turning red as he stared viciously at Zhongsho. I know your identity is not low within Song Xingdao, but today you stole my things. Aren't you afraid that my grandfather will punish you? I don't even need to make a move. I only need to say a word, and you will die without a burial ground. Return the item to me, and I, Lija, can pretend that nothing happened today. The voice stopped abruptly as Zhongsho took out a token and waved it in front of his eyes. Lija's pupils instantly constricted into a needle shape, only to see that on it, there were the words Core Disciple. It was the 3rd generation Core Disciple of the Common People Path. The direct disciples of the main hall were equivalent to the direct disciples of the 3 sects and 6 schools. As for the 3rd generation disciples, their seniority was a full 3 generations higher than his grandfather's. This person was so young. Didn't that mean that his master was at least a few thousand years old? How is this possible? The next moment, he heard Zhongsho say with a smile, "Why don't you call me great martial granduncle?" Lija's face instantly twisted. He felt a stuffiness in his heart that was hard to vent. His eyes were filled with rage as he looked at the Lingjie bracelet on Tanchio's hand. He knew that he most probably wouldn't be able to get this item back. He was in the wrong. If he told his master, the sect would punish him. Losing his identity as a core disciple would be a light punishment. In terms of the powers behind him, he most probably wasn't the opponent of Tanchio. Zhongsho was lazy to bother about this person. Since he got the benefits, he wasn't willing to make things difficult for these 3 sad fellows. He waved his sleeves with a clear conscience. Activating the Lingjie ring, he dissipated this small space. Then, he counted the mind stones and beast crystals in the small heaven and earth bag as he walked towards the common people's vast habitat. In just a moment, his lips curled up. His luck was really not bad. What he lost on the swings, he gained on the swings. With a thought, a small box appeared in his hand. Inside, there was a furry cub sleeping soundly. It should have been born not long ago. Its aura was lower grade 5. Compared to the Xianin turtle, it was a little weaker. However, this little beast was actually a stone Qilin. After the true Qilin, it was the rarest and rarest spirit beast out of the 5 spirits. Moreover, this stone Qilin had the purest bloodline. It also inherited the purest earth element bloodline. No one had placed a spirit contract with it, and it had never been a master before. Although it was lower grade 5, the value of this beast was above that of the Xianin turtle. He shook his head slightly. If he used this to exchange for the phoenix egg, along with some other things, he would most probably agree. Why do you have to do that? Returning to the first courtyard when Zhong Shou tossed the Earth-Chilin baby to Chu Shui, she was so happy that she was about to go crazy, following which she felt a little nervous. Her young master passed two of his most precious spiritual pets to her. Who knows whether or not she would be able to repay him in the future? Why'd he treat her so well? Zhong Shou didn't notice the thoughts of his maidservant as he walked back to his room. First, he took out the grade 9 crafting furnace. Then, he tossed the hundreds of ores that Hanshi had picked up from the corpse of the metal-swallowing beast into the furnace. Next, he started a fire. Although Zhong Shou didn't know how to craft artifacts, he knew how amazing the flame essence stone was. He carefully tossed in two. After it was ignited, 2 balls of red-hot flames appeared. It caused the surrounding air to suddenly become hot. However, an hour passed, and those black silver-patterned stones still didn't show any signs of melting. Zhong Shou's brows furrowed. He used true qi to wrap his hand and try to touch one of the black stones. However, it was ice cold and didn't feel any warmth at all. He tried to add in a few more flame essence stones to light them up. However, when this grade 9 crafting furnace was about to melt, these stones only gave off a slight heat. Zhong Shou was slightly shocked. Then he entered deep thought. Using flame essence stones to melt, but not melting, is it really that thing? Even if it was a profound, rank spirit material, it should have been melted. This item is really tough and heat-resistant. Is it really that thing? However, these two items shouldn't be in the same place. Spiritual items in heaven and earth were split into heaven, earth, Xian, and Huang grades. And profound grade spirit gold could already be used to forge magical grade weapons. After the spiritual wave was low for close to 10,000 years, it was really rare in the cloud world. He was sure that this kind of black metal was extremely precious and rare even in the profound rank. It was also one of those rare artifact crafting spiritual items in his memory. However, at this moment, what shocked Zhong Shoxin was the silver threads on the ores. If it was as expected, this was the main reason why the ores couldn't melt. He took a deep breath. Zhong Shou took out a few porcelain bottles and then poured the items within into the furnace. They were the essence blood of those grade 7 firebird corpses. There were many god-beast bloodlines which were collected by Zhong Shou. He was originally prepared to use them for other purposes. However, at this moment, he didn't cherish them and poured them all into the furnace. After a short while, the black ores began to melt. It didn't take long for it to turn into a boiling hot solution. Zhong Shou was startled. Then, he took in a deep breath. It really was the legendary Heaven Gold Blood Silver. However, why would such a thing be mixed together with the black crystal iron? The moment such a thought rose up, he felt that Hanshi was already struggling in his sleeves and wanted to fly out. Zhong Shou didn't stop it, allowing it to fly out of his sleeves. Then, he saw that silver-white small body directly charge into the furnace. Its body was burning with a silver-white saint flame. It didn't fear the scorching temperature of the furnace at all as it stepped onto the red-black crystal iron liquid. In the next moment, one could see threads of silver-white threads being pulled out from the solution by Hanshi. First, it wrapped around and then started to merge into Hanshi's silver armor. With each thread that merged in, the light of the armor would become a little brighter. More and more special spiritual seals were used. It caused this human-like heavy armor shell to become even brighter and more eye-catching. What was more shocking was that the two pairs of knife arms had become a little longer. The edges of the knives were sharper and sharper. The back of the knives also had some saw teeth, making one feel a chill down one's spine. Samurai understood more about it. Demon fire crystal ants devoured everything. Legend had it that they relied on the many minerals and mine stones deep underground to raise their strength and grade, as well as the strength of their armor. Hanshi should have inherited such a natural ability. However, its method was different and it was much more picky. For example, That black crystal iron. In the eyes of blacksmiths, it was really precious and something they couldn't get. However, in the eyes of Hanshi, it was no different from trash. As for the heavenly gold blood silver, it should be the first type of spiritual item that it chose to strengthen its body. Zhongsho's gaze slowly became a little weird. This little thing was really born from the vengeful energy of the killing tribulation. The first spiritual metal that it chose to strengthen its body was just so different. This heaven gold blood silver was even rarer than black crystal iron and was often found together with other spiritual metals. Ever since this spirit metal was discovered, it had been accompanied by all sorts of vicious legends. It needed a large amount of god-beast blood to craft it. Once it was crafted into a weapon, it would kill numerous people. As time went on, it would become a murderous weapon, especially towards those god-beasts which had special abilities. Even god-beasts who were already at the Saint Realm could be countered by it. It was also extremely sharp. After the first time it was smelted, it needed 10 times the temperature to be able to melt it once more. It could even absorb a portion of the specialties in the god-beast blood, which was why it was listed as one of the hundreds of mysterious metals in the world. This was what he saw in the books in the future. As for what it was exactly, he didn't know. Hanshi's body wasn't big, and after absorbing for 10 minutes, it was satisfied. It seemed to be very happy as it circled around the solution, following which it looked towards Zhongsho and sent an intent over. Zhongsho understood, opening the spiritual pet bag without hesitation. He allowed those 6 8-winged flying ants to fly out. These flying ants were only grade 6 after all. However, they didn't dare to charge into the furnace like Hanshi and just hung outside. With Hanshi's help, the remaining silver threads slowly merged into the armor. Chapter 418. Although the 6 8-winged flying ants weren't as strong as Hanshi. However, the amount of heaven gold blood silver they absorbed wasn't below that of Hanshi. Their armor was also covered in bright silver patterns. The 2 pairs of knife limbs also stretched out several inches, reaching 5 feet. However, the time they used was several times more than Hanshi. Zhongsho was bored from waiting, so he closed his eyes and started to cultivate. When a cauldron of heaven metal blood silver was extracted until only a tiny bit was left. Outside of the room, it was totally dark. It was nighttime. Zhongsho opened his eyes once more, looking closely at the brand new armor on Hanshi's body, as well as the 2 pairs of long knives. He suddenly tossed a metal piece towards Hanshi. A cold glow flashed across the latter's purple gold eyes, following which it was filled with shock. A saber light suddenly flashed. Almost no sound could be heard. This piece of high-grade yellow-rank spirit metal that had been refined was silently cut in half. Not only was there no sound of air breaking, there wasn't even the sound of metal clashing. That knife light seemed like it slashed across the air. This top yellow-grade spiritual metal couldn't stop it at all. Zhongsho was slightly shocked as he looked at those scenes. Then, he saw Hanshi look over coldly. Those purple gold eyes seemed to be looking at his neck. It made one feel a chill down one's spine, like in the next moment the knife light would slash over. Zhongsho didn't care much. With the Taishan heart-locking soul-settling talisman, before the Saint Realm, he didn't need to fear this Saint Fire Ant Queen breaking out of his control. As for that knife, he didn't care much about it. It was indeed very quick. Not only was the knife light sharper, but the knife speed also increased by a little. Before this, Hanshi could only go up against grade 8 top beasts. But now it was possible to completely defeat him. Such a sharp knife arm. Even beasts that stepped into the celestial path wouldn't be able to block it. However, this knife speed wasn't so quick that it made one feel despair, able to make the Sword Emperor Tanshio feel like he was facing a huge enemy. Then he looked behind Hanshi. The 6 pairs of 12 transparent wings. Just now he noticed that a portion of the heaven metal blood silver merged into the 6 pairs of wings. Not only the knife speed, but Hanshi's flying speed had also greatly increased, just as he was about to order it to fly at full speed. Zhongsho suddenly had an idea. He waved his sleeve and put away the 6 flying ants and Hanshi. Then, when he opened the window, 3 rays of yellow light flew into his room one after another and floated in midair. They were the 3 message talismans that had been sent over using a positioning technique. Their luster was dim. It was unknown how long they had flown. Zhongsho held it in his hand. As expected, it was a message talisman personally sent by the old priest of Gantian Mountain. There were a total of 3 things mentioned in the message talisman. The first was Zhonggang. According to Zhongsho's instructions, he had already safely retrieved the blazing glass pearl from Demon Corpse Mountain. However, there seemed to be something wrong with the situation over there. The number of demonized beasts had at least increased by 3 times. Moreover, the beasts that died would turn into corpses not long later. Today, there weren't any martial cultivators or spirit masters who dared to enter the Blood Valley. Zhongshan wasn't shocked at all. He knew about the changes to Demon Corpse Mountain in the future. As for the corpses turning, the 9 Een which was there, so he wasn't surprised. The second matter was about Xiongyu. A month ago, this woman finally appeared. She joined Lingyun's sect and became an inner sect disciple. Within Blazing Flame Mountain, there were 20 more grade 6 experts of unknown origins. Who knows where they got large amounts of money from? Not only did it cause the military strength of Blazing Flame City to start to recover, but it was also consolidating the subordinate cities and slowly showing signs of prosperity. Not only was Blazing Flame Mountain like that, but Yunxia and Taoyuan cities were the same. They were also consolidating the army and preparing for war. The compensation for the dead soldiers had actually been fulfilled. In just a short month, the price of all the armor and basic pills in Donglin Cloud Continent exploded. Lingyun's sect. Zhongsho's eyes squinted slightly, following which he laughed coldly. In his previous life, this sect had countless grudges with him. In this life, in the end, they still chose to be his enemy. As expected, they can't sit still anymore. Behind these 3 cities, there wasn't just one Lingyun sect. The other sects of the mysterious Cloud Spirit sect probably joined in too. Zhongsho didn't bother about them. Mud couldn't support a wall. Even these sections, no matter how much they invested, it was the same. What he was really interested in was that in the center of Donglin Cloud Continent, there was a city alliance known as the Thousand City Alliance that was rising up. It was said that the one leading it was Longxiang City. The city lord of the city was just over 20 years old. After taking over for 3 years, the land under his rule had nearly doubled, expanding to 4 provinces, close to 8,000 miles. It had become one of the top cities in Donglin Cloud Continent. Originally, they had the image of unifying the center of Donglin Cloud Continent. However, recently they changed their methods, going from attacking in all directions to forming alliances. During these few months, they have been sending envoys all around to plan and build the Thousand City Alliance. Now, they had some results, and it was said that there were already tens of city countries that joined in. Longxiang City also didn't take over the power, which was why from the east of Blazing Flame Mountain, although many people continued to look on, they were already tempted. He browsed through all the information in the talisman. Zhongsho's heart sank slightly. Even he couldn't help but praise the methods of this Longxiang City Lord. This so-called Thousand City Alliance was probably the biggest obstacle for Gantian Mountain to unify Donglin Cloud Continent. He held the 3rd talisman in his hand. Then, a smile appeared on Zhongsho's face. This talisman came from Yinyang. It mentioned that the first batch of Spirit Salamander Blood Essence pills had already been refined. Some Xiantian experts in Gantian Mountain who had no hopes of advancing, but had reliable backgrounds, after consuming it, many of them broke through and reached the martial ancestor realm. Along with the people that Zhongsho gathered not long ago, the current Blood Cloud Cavalry had 172 people who had all started to train in the Blood Cavalry kill technique. As for the Blood Cloud armor, roughly 90 sets had been repaired. The effects of this Spirit Salamander Blood Essence pill are actually so strong, allowing this last talisman to burn and turn to dust. Zhongsho's eyes were filled with joy. He had neglected that the Spirit Salamander Blood Essence pill was useful to people like him who had reached such a high level in the martial path, much less those Xiantian realm cultivators. In less than 2 months since he left, 1/7 of the 1,000 Blood Cloud cavalry had been gathered. The expansion speed of the members far exceeded his expectations. Once the war started, he would be able to give the Lingyun sects a huge surprise. With a flip of his hand, a jade slip suddenly appeared in his hand. Along with the activation of the spell, Zhongsho's body suddenly disappeared from the room. He once again experienced the dizziness that he felt when he, Zhong Yuan, and the others came over a month ago. Another 20 hours later, in a corner of the book hiding building B, the space suddenly twisted. The space suddenly distorted, and in the next instant, the figure of a young man appeared at the center of the spirit array without any warning. It was Zhongsho. His brows were furrowed, using his fingers to rub his temples. His face was ashen white. Although this teleportation jade letter was good, able to teleport 3 times a month between the common people's vast habitat and Gantian Mountain. It could easily cross tens of thousands of miles to deal with some important matters. However, when teleporting, the dizziness caused by crossing thousands of mountains and rivers made one feel really uncomfortable. Although Zhongsho's soul was strong, after going through 2 teleportations in a day, he felt so disgusted that he wanted to vomit. A full 10 minutes passed before the stuffiness in his chest slowly faded away. The dizziness in his soul also slowly faded away. When Zhongsho opened his eyes, he looked at his hand, only to see a fire-colored pearl lying quietly in his hand. That was the blazing glass pearl that he buried in the ground of the Demon Corpse Mountain, where the lightning phoenix egg was being nurtured. The grade of this item was something that even he was unable to confirm. He only knew that this item was a fire element treasure. Although there were flames seeping out from the outside, the firepower was already really retracted. Within it was nurturing unlimited amounts of firepower, such that his spiritual sense was unable to reach in. The moment it reached in, it would be instantly burned by the flame power within. Who knows where the lightning phoenix in the Cloud Desolate era found this treasure? In the God Emperor game, the evaluation of this item was that it was low-grade earth grade. Using this blazing glass pearl as a supporting material, the treasure that was formed was indeed a grade 2 celestial treasure. This item looked like it was fire element, but it was like the blazing sun, burning everything and giving off unlimited amounts of light. To use this item as a medium for his dharma should be enough. Is this the legendary blazing glass pearl? A voice suddenly rang out in his ear. Zhongsho was first shocked, but after he noticed that the voice was really familiar, his expression calmed down. Turning around, he saw that Han Fong was looking at the fire pearl in his hand with interest, following which his face turned cold. Using this teleportation jade letter in the middle of the night, Junior brother is really not afraid of disturbing me. Zhongsho smiled and didn't speak, keeping the fire-red pearl into his Lingjie ring before directly leaving. This item's grade was too high, giving out flame power at every moment. His heaven and earth bag most probably couldn't contain it. Luckily, he recently obtained a new space treasure. Although it wasn't specifically used to store items, it was suitable to temporarily store this blazing glass pearl. Hey, Lingjie ring, as expected, that treasure fell into your hands. In that case, it was also Junior brother who heavily injured Li Zhe and looted all his belongings, right? As he said that, his voice became colder and colder. Do you know that this person's ancestor is rushing over to the vast habitat to ask for an explanation from our sect? With your methods, how do you look like a sect elder? Zhongsho couldn't take that gaze and could only helplessly turn around. Senior brother, if you have anything, you could be direct. As expected, the moment he said that, the smile on Han Fong's face instantly became bright. Chapter 419. Junior Brother Zone. Have you heard of Hellion, Iron Mountain? When the two of them walked down the book hiding hall B, Han Fong's expression turned really solemn. Zhongsho's brows furrowed. Hellion, Iron Mountain? Where did he hear that name before? A short while later, he recalled something that he met after coming to Tsang Mountain Vast Habitat. He had coincidentally heard of that name in the Chiu and D halls. I know a little. That place seems to be a mine that the Central Dynasty occupied. I heard that the innocent people near Yin City Pass are in charge of mining it. While he said that, Zhongsho's mind was working quickly. Did the matter's senior brother want to talk about have something to do with this Hellion Iron Mountain? In the next moment, he heard Hanfang nod his head. That's right. Junior brother Zhong's news is really fast. However, junior brother, do you know that the general who rebelled in Yin City Pass was the intersect disciple of my Tsang Xingdao? When he said that, Zhongsho was startled. His first thought was that this Tsang Xingdao really infiltrated deeply into the Central Dynasty. His second thought was that his fellow sect members really didn't give up on rebelling. Unfortunately, the rebellion didn't succeed, and in the end, dragged down those 3 million innocent civilians. In his heart, he was sure that Hanfang definitely had some thoughts about the 3 million people in Hellion Iron Mountain. Junior brother, those innocent people in Yin City Pass were dragged down by my disciple, and we definitely can't sit still and not do anything. Unfortunately, we tried many times to help, but were unable to succeed. We could only delay and think of ways to improve their situation. However, in these 20-odd years, it still went from the initial 4 million to 3 million. My Tsang Shangdao has really sinned this time. This time we can only succeed and can't fail. Hanfang laughed bitterly, his eyes filled with guilt. There's one more thing. It's the current defending general of Yin City Pass. In the past, he was a disciple of my Tsang Xingdao and was called Yuan Jiuchen. However, 20 years ago, he betrayed his fellow sect members and was valued by the Han King and promoted to the new Yin City Pass defending general. I heard that this person is about to be promoted. Yuan Jiuchen? Zhongsho murmured. He seemed to have heard of this name before. Then, he suddenly came to his senses and remembered something that he had experienced in the game God Emperor in his previous life. Wasn't this the first large-scale group mission that players would experience after 12 years? At that time, this person was already a rank 8 expert. In the Central Dynasty, he could dominate an area. Tsang Shangdao wanted to kill the traitor and fought against the various sections. In the end, he paid a great price. Based on historical records, a total of 7 heaven-grade experts of the common people path fell in this battle before they were able to kill Yuan Jiuchen. This directly led to the decline of Tsang Shengdao's influence. After the spirit tide, although he managed to preserve some of his strength, his status was greatly reduced. At that time, there were hundreds of thousands of players participating in this mission. After the battle, they would excitedly upload their experiences and videos of the battle onto the virtual network for people to browse. In order to study his swordsmanship, he had also observed the fights between the experts. Unfortunately, he did not gain much. However, he remembered the rough flow of the mission clearly. Speaking of which, the death of a Yin City Pass general who rebelled was because this person betrayed us. What the sect means is that we can't let this person live. That's right. Hanfang nodded his head solemnly. However, there is one thing that you are wrong about. At that time, your fellow sect member didn't rebel. This person was someone that I, Tsang Xingdao, laid down for 7 years later. When the spirit tide started, he would hide in the Central Dynasty army due to the calamity. Unless he had no choice, he wouldn't reveal his identity. Why would he rebel at that time? The reason why this person died was because Yuan Jiuchen betrayed us. When he said that, his tone was filled with killing intent. This is why I, Tsang Xingdao, can't allow this person to live freely. This time, I will choose a few of the most outstanding young generation disciples from the sect to solve this matter. That Hellion Iron Mountain Center is one matter. This Yuan Jiuchen is another. If these 2 matters succeed, everyone involved will get 200,000 merit points. Zhongsho's heart couldn't help but tighten as he said helplessly, "Senior brother, don't tell me that I am one of the most outstanding young generation disciples. Actually, if you want to kill this person, wouldn't it be more convenient to directly act? Junior brother is really smart. What I want is for you to lead the team to be in charge of this matter. The few people I choose are talented, but lack experience. Their personalities are also a little arrogant. I need junior brother to take care of them." Hanfang nodded his head and then gave out a self-mocking laugh. It is not easy for someone like me to appear. The current 7th generation and above disciples in Tsang Shengdao can't interfere. However, the mid-plains sects naturally won't send grade 8 and above experts to join in. As for the experts of the Central Dynasty, the sect will help you deal with them. Zhongshu's face was alternating between green and white. This matter wasn't easy. The assassination that the sect had planned this time was something that had already happened in history. The butterfly effect that he caused when he came to this era couldn't affect this matter. Moreover, it was destined to end in failure. If not, they wouldn't have dragged this matter to 12 years later. Tens of years later, to kill this Yuan Jiuchen, the sect suffered heavy losses. There was even a grade 8 expert that fell. What ability did he have to be able to kill this Yuan Jiuchen in advance? Thinking about it for a moment, Zhongshu took in a deep breath. I heard that Yuan Jiuchen had already broken through to the Ascended Realm, that Mid-Plains Dynasty wouldn't sit still and not do anything. To join in this matter, one must at least have grade 7 strength. Your junior brother is only at the peak of the Return to Sun realm. As he said that, Hanfang looked over with a smile that didn't look like a smile, his eyes filled with deep meaning. Zhongshu himself couldn't continue. Other people might not know about his strength, but Hanfang was clear about it. The lightning-winged flood dragon was one, and that Hanchi along with those 6 flying ants could go up against 7 grade 7 beasts. With this level of strength, an ordinary tier 7 powerhouse was indeed not his match. Even that long Ruo, before he lost his body and spiritual pet, was the same. He could also see that this was a test from Tsang Shengdao for him. However, in his heart, he was still hesitating. Whether or not to join the sect matters, he still hadn't thought it through. Moreover, what was the use of these 200,000 merit points? However, in the next moment, Hanfang's expression was expressionless as he added a heavy weight. I know that junior brother doesn't care about those merit points. However, I can add one more. If it succeeds, I can help you deduce and perfect your world-shocking spiritual art to the 8th layer. What does junior brother think? Zhongshu's eyes lit up. His current physical body had used a few types of spiritual pills and dragon essence power to train to the peak of the martial ancestor realm. It was only limited by his cultivation and was unable to improve further. What he lacked now was the following cultivation method of the world-shocking spiritual art. If Hanfang could help him perfect it, then it would be the best. Coincidentally, he needed to make a trip out recently. Moreover, that place was only 1,000 miles away from Yin City Pass. Just nice, they could complete this matter together. Thinking about it seriously, Zhongshu didn't hesitate anymore. Deal. However, it needs to be perfected to the 9th layer. Moreover, the sect needs to provide me with a grade 9 spiritual artifact inner armor and also help me craft some things. Hanfang smiled and actually didn't bargain. It was as if he had tacitly agreed to it. Following which Zhongshu suddenly stopped in his tracks and probed. However, if this time I can only complete one of the 2 things, what should I choose? When Hanfang heard that, his eyes squinted. Following which he continued to walk down the stairs. If that's the case, then first save the people of Hellion Iron Mountain. When Shizi's master created this Tsang Shengdao, it was to save the people and not to drag them down. Since the Yin City Pass matter was my Tsang Shengdao's fault, then it can't be remedied. Those 3 million people must be safe and sound. Zhongshu's body was still fixed on the spot, his eyes shining brightly. This really gave him a headache. That Yuan Jiuchen was tough to deal with. However, in his eyes, this Hellion Iron Mountain matter was 100 times worse. This time he had accepted a huge problem pretty much at the same time, in a quiet room of the common people's vast habitat. Liege's face was green as he sat on a praying mat. Opposite him sat a person. His face was squarish and slightly chubby, but his features were clearly defined and he seemed really sharp. At this moment, there was a long sword floating in front of him, spinning continuously. Every moment, this teen would inject a talisman into the sword body. He was focused in front of him, not bothering about this Liege at all. After waiting for a long time, Liege finally got impatient and opened his mouth, Thank you, senior brother. Junior brother was bullied. My belongings were stolen, and you're just going to look on and not do anything? This person occupied first courtyard A for no reason or rhyme whatsoever with a mere rank 6 strength. Can you swallow this anger? That Tan Xiao is just too arrogant. He obviously doesn't place our Xianyang sect in his eyes. Does senior brother really want to see the identity of our core disciple fall into the hands of others? Xian still didn't bother about him. Only when a few more talismans were injected into the sword did the rage in Lijia's eyes grow thicker and thicker. Only then did his face turn cold and expressionless as he opened his mouth. What does your belongings being stolen have to do with me? Since this person was able to defeat you in a breath, he does have the ability to occupy first courtyard A and has the right to be arrogant. It should be a blessing for the sect to have such a talent. As for my core disciple identity, I have my own plans. Why do I need you to interfere? Lijia's breathing instantly stopped, following which he scoffed coldly. Thank you, senior brother. Don't forget that your master was once a disciple of my grandfather. Is your lineage really so ungrateful? Seeing your fellow sect members being humiliated and not doing anything. To think that you are the top disciple of the 4th generation of our Xianyang sect. Even if you don't think about me, you should think about the reputation of our sect. Chapter 420. Before Lijia's words landed, Xian's body suddenly flashed, following which there was a heavy slap on Lijia's face. Lija was startled, covering his face as he felt dizzy. When he came back to his senses, he saw Xian standing in front of him, looking down on him. This slap is for great senior master Dai Li to teach you a lesson. If junior brother can do less dirty things in the common people's vast habitat, the reputation of our sect will naturally be several times better. Lija was first furious, but then he seemed to have thought about something, suppressing his rage. His fists were tightly clenched, pretty much digging his fingernails into his flesh. It isn't like you don't know the situation in the sect. My Cang Xingdao seems safe, but is in danger. If we take a wrong step, we won't be able to recover from it. At this moment, if our 3 sects and 6 schools don't go all out and work together, we will instantly be wiped out. Lija, you actually targeted your fellow sect members. If you weren't the only blood descendant of great senior master Li, I would be the first to kill you. On the other hand, although that Tanxio is young, his talent is not bad. For the sect to have such a talent to support the sect is a fortunate thing. In the future, don't offend him. Lijia's expression changed. In the end, he actually laughed out loud. I am stupid to offend him. What happened a few days ago was my Li Zai's fault. Those who scheme against him will also scheme against him. If I had my eyes on him and was robbed by someone else, I wouldn't say anything. However, this person should never have humiliated my profound sun sect. Xian was startled, following which he pursed his lips. Is that true? How did he say it? Of course it is true. I can swear on my heart, demon. When he said that, Lijia's eyes were expressionless. This person said that the ability of my Xianyang sect disciples is just so. Xian's brows instantly furrowed, half believing and half doubting. A moment later, he waved his sleeves. You can leave. I will verify this matter. When he said that, Xian was startled, reaching out with his hand into the air. Then, a message talisman landed in his hand. When the talisman paper was completely burned out, Xian's eyes were also filled with confusion. Helian Taizan, Yin Xingguan, Yuan Jiuqin, Tan Xiao. Why was he the commander this time? A rank 6 disciple? Why him? Similarly, within the common people's vast habitat, a handsome teen was also holding a message talisman that was burning. His eyes were filled with unwillingness to admit that he was wrong. Why isn't it Xuanya, Xian, or me, but this Tan Xiao? 10 days later, in first courtyard A, inside Zhongshuo's quiet room, a series of cracking noises could be heard, followed by a series of cracking noises. Zhongshuo stood in the middle of the 300-foot-wide quiet room. His skin was cracked and covered in blood. His 4 limbs were all twisted, constantly changing positions. One could see a total of 12 dragon-like shadows on the surface of his skin, following the meridians in his body. They were swimming about. Two of them were charging about, like they were about to break out of Zhongsho's body at any moment. At the last moment, they would be forcefully suppressed by a strong power in Zhongsho's body. However, each time, a thread of blood would burst out from Zhongsho's skin. The bones in his body were on the verge of breaking. Zhong Yuan and Ruoshui looked on nervously at the side. They knew that this moment had reached the most crucial moment. If he succeeded, he would be a 6th meridian martial ancestor. If he didn't, Zhongsho's body would instantly be heavily injured. Not only would his chakra meridians be unable to recover in a short time, in the future, when he wanted to advance, he would have to merge with spiritual veins. It would be even more difficult. Zhongsho's expression was really calm, sitting in such a weird position. Speaking of which, although the vital energy in his body was boiling and surging about, his 9 chakra meridians were also on the verge of breaking. However, each time he completed one of these weird positions, his body would calm down for a moment. It could also free up more energy to suppress the 2 new meridians in his body. As time passed, the creaking sounds from the bones gradually lessened. On the surface of his skin, the 2 long ing meridians that were charging about seemed to have been guided to the right path. His skin stopped tearing, and no blood seeped out. On the contrary, ocean amounts of spiritual energy gathered and surged over from all directions, charging into Zhongsho's body. A strong aura suddenly charged out of his body. Not only Chu Shui, who was suppressed to the point where she couldn't breathe. Even Zhong Yuan and Ruoshui could feel some pressure. It didn't come from Zhongsho's strong and indiscernible martial path intent. Instead, the strength of his true qi was so strong that it could be compared to theirs. It was even more continuous, and in terms of true qi endurance, it might even exceed them. They couldn't help but exchange glances with one another. However, when the 2 of them thought about it, they weren't surprised. At this moment, there were already 12 spiritual meridians gathered in Zhongsho's body. This number exceeded normal people by a full 3. His foundations were so strong that even peak Xuanwu martial artists like them couldn't compare to it. Unfortunately, this success was because of the dual meridians, but also because of the dual meridians. In theory, Zhongsho had the longest meridians in the world. Unfortunately, the dual meridians in his body clashed and consumed a large portion of it. On the contrary, it was explosive power. It became really strong. Who knows when it could be totally solved? Zhongsho didn't feel anything at all. The energy in his body was still in chaos. The 6th dual meridians merging caused his true qi to crazily rise. Large amounts of spiritual energy surged in, filling up all his chakra meridians. He did set after set of Daoyin technique postures, but he could only temporarily suppress it. He was unable to sort out the energy in his body. Frowning, Zhongsho decisively changed his postures and started the 6th set of Daoyin technique. In his last life, although he had practiced this Daoyin technique many times, in this life, this was the first time he was using it. However, he had to take some risks. If the energy continued to be so chaotic, his chakra meridians would explode and be riddled with holes. The few spiritual meridians that had merged into his body might also slip away. Luckily, with the experience of his last life, he was already familiar with this set of postures. At the start, he was still a little unfamiliar with it. However, after completing it once, he became really familiar with it. He even added in some changes to his dual meridian body. Another 2 hours later, the last bit of chaotic energy was forcefully suppressed by Zhongsho. The 9 chakra meridians were also sorted out properly. Success! Delighted, Zhongsho's postures suddenly changed. It wasn't the slow and weird postures from before. Instead, it was fierce and vast. When he punched out, there was an explosion in the air. Within 100 feet, everything, including the dust, was blown away by the wind. Countless holes had appeared on the walls. Within 200 feet, all the stone slabs on the ground were smashed into dust. 6 meridians, peak of martial ancestor. Zhongsho's expression didn't change. Following which, he punched out once more. This time, he used his strong martial intent to condense the inner breath and genuine qi around his body to an unbelievable level in an instant. The barrier in his body was easily broken. This fist was at the Xuanwu ancestor realm. When the fist was punched out, the space around Zhongsho seemed to expand, following which, under the impact of the strong energy and energy waves, the 300 feet of firm stone room was totally smashed into pieces. It even affected the surroundings. Within 2,000 feet, sand and stones flew, grass and trees were all smashed. Zhong Yuan and Ruoshui didn't care at all as they brushed away all the broken stones. Chu Shui was behind the two of them. Her eyes didn't even blink. Anyways, there was nothing in this stone room. It was built in a corner of the back courtyard. Zhongsho used spells to form this stone room. If it was destroyed, then it was destroyed. There wasn't much to be regretful about. Since that day, when Zhongsho destroyed the entire first courtyard, Chu Shui didn't dare to place anything in Zhongsho's cultivation room. At this moment, her eyes were filled with joy. She was also a little worried that Zhongsho had broken through to Xuanwu ancestor and left her behind. Thinking back to the two new spiritual pets that she had recently taken in, she only felt her heart sink. Zhongsho laughed lightly as he moved his muscles and bones. After he had broken through, his injuries had mostly recovered. However, his spiritual senses were sharp, and he could feel that there were numerous small hidden injuries all over his body. If one didn't pay close attention, one wouldn't be able to notice. The true qi in his body was also a little messy. As expected, to merge with the sixth meridian in such a short time was too forceful. Frowning, Zhongsho didn't feel any regret. To kill that Yuan Jiuqin, he had to have grade 7 combat strength. Although he had 2 strong protector beasts by his side, his body was his weakness. His sword technique had already reached the Sword Soul realm, and he didn't fear those grade 7 experts. However, to display the mysteries of his sword technique, his body had to be able to take more than 20 strikes from a grade 7 expert and not collapse. Only after he broke through to Xuanwu ancestor would he have 20% confidence in this matter, to be able to merge this 6th pair of spiritual veins into his body on the last day. How lucky! Speaking of which, the elite selected by the sect should be getting impatient at this moment. Laughing, Zhongsho took out a ball of fire and ice-colored smoke from his storage bag, following which he sucked in through his nose and mouth, guiding it into his body. The moment it came into contact with his true qi, it merged into it. In the end, it turned into pieces of extremely sturdy energy shells that spread out on the surface of his body. This was the inner armor that could merge into the body and allow the body to take more external attacks. What the sect gave him was not only grade 9, but it was also a rare elite item, following which there were numerous parts. Zhongsho pieced them together one by one. It was actually another set of external bones. When Zhongsho wore it all, it turned into a layer of skin that covered his skin. After he wore the outer clothes, one couldn't see it. This set of external bones wasn't the lightning walking model, but the steel pillar model. It had no other use. Its biggest use was to provide close to 2 million kilograms of strength. It helped to share the pressure on his bones and body. Chapter 422. The place where Tsang Shengdao gathered the disciples was north of the common people's vast habitat. At this moment, hundreds of people were gathered here, forming a square formation as they waited quietly. The elites of the 3 sects and 6 schools, led by Xie In, Luo Shi, and a few others, were currently counting the ants on the ground out of boredom. Not far away, there was one person waiting. It was a 30-over middle-aged man who stood with his hands behind his back. At this moment, his eyes were twitching. Han Feng stood silently at the side, looking up at the starry sky. Looking at the blazing sun, he didn't find it piercing. However, the people here didn't seem to notice his presence. Not a single person looked in his direction. It was only when the sun was high in the sky that there was movement from the Dao Palace. Only to see a luxurious carriage pulled by 12 dragon, horned winged horses leisurely driving over from the palace gates. The one driving was Zhong Yuan. The hundreds of people here were in an uproar. That white-shirt, middle-aged man's eyes were already spitting out flames. He originally wanted to act out, but he seemed to have heard something beside his ear. After listening for a moment, he could only bear with it and not say a word. Only a deep worry appeared on his face. Thinking to himself, was it really okay for the person on the carriage to lead so many disciples? Would they all be wiped out at Yin City Pass? He was really clear about the ability of that Yuan Jiuchen. It was already dangerous for this bunch of disciples to go over, along with such an unreliable person in charge. 10 minutes of confidence. Before they even rushed over, they would have already lost by 7 minutes. The disciples in the square formation were all in discussion. Could it be that the person in the carriage is Tanxiu, the new third-generation core disciple of Tsang Xingdao's sect? Isn't this person too arrogant? He actually dares to sit in a carriage over. Isn't he afraid of the teachers scolding him? Scoff. With his seniority, who in the Holy Ji Palace could control him? However, this fellow wouldn't want to sit in this carriage to rush to Yin City Pass, right? TSK, too handsome. This person really doesn't know what he is talking about. The sect being so arrogant, I really don't know if it is a blessing or a curse. Han Fang's eyelids were also twitching as he rubbed his forehead with a headache. Rumors had it that this Gantian mountain monster king didn't share the joys and sorrows of the soldiers. Every time they went to the battlefield, they would usually get a large carriage and sit comfortably on it. From the looks of it, he was prepared to bring this style to Tsang Xingdao. After the carriage arrived, Zhong Shou stepped down from the carriage. His face was pale and he was trembling. It was as if a gust of wind would cause him to fall. However, he seemed to be forcefully holding on as he bowed respectfully towards the middle-aged man. "Greetings, mister. This time, Tanxiu came late. Please forgive me, sir." Tanxiu's body is unwell because he is in a hurry to break through to the next realm, so he can only use the cloud crossing carriage to travel. "Please don't be angry, mister." This person's seniority was several generations lower than his. Zhong Shou did not know how to address him, so he could only address him as Mr. This Tsang Xingdao Palace was both the main hall of Tsang Xingdao and also a learning palace. Inside, there was the position of a chancellor, a professor, and a professor. It was like the imperial college of the Central Dynasty. This person was a professor in Tsang Xingdao Palace. When the white-shirt middle-aged man heard that, his face relaxed slightly. However, he still used his spiritual sense to take a look, following which his eyes were filled with a weird expression. He was unable to see whether Zhong Shou was injured or not. His body moved to the side in time, avoiding Zhong Shou's bow, following which he said coldly, "How can disciple accept great senior master's bow? Since you came late today for a reason, then you just need to explain clearly. Disciple doesn't dare to blame you. Now that everyone is gathered, does great senior master have anything to say?" Zhong Shou smiled and looked around, following which his eyes were filled with shock. This time Tsang Xingdao picked out close to 100 disciples from the main hall and the 3 sects and 6 schools. As expected, their strengths were not bad. None of them were lower than grade 6. As for elites like Xianyi, they had already entered the realm of the 7th step. However, most of these people were standing loosely. Each of them had different personalities and were all prideful. Looking at them, one would know that they were a bunch of random people. What was even more surprising was the other part. Roughly 400 of them were of a certain age, riding grade 4 silver scale wind-stepping beasts. Just looking at their auras, they were not all Xuanwu realm experts. There were also 20 spirit masters who were all orderly and solemn. Even when Zhong Shou caused such a huge commotion, there wasn't any chaos and there weren't any whispers or discussions. Were these Tsang Xingdao's Dao soldiers? Rumors had it that the various sects, as long as they were slightly stronger, had the habit of raising Dao soldiers. These people's talents were usually above average. However, since young, they were nurtured by the sect. Their families were also taken care of by the sect, and they were usually really loyal. Of course, they weren't as good as the 100 Tsang Xingdao talents beside them, who had a bright future and could search for the path of immortality. However, these people were also the pillars that the sect couldn't lack. Although these 400 people were all wearing the same armor, there were some slight differences in the markings on them. The patterns on the surface of the cavalry armor hid the markings of the various sections, amongst which Zhang Xingdao's main hall took up 150 people. The three sects also had 125 people. As for the other 6 schools, they only had a total of 125 people. Zhongsho's eyes lit up, and he was envious. He thought to himself that this was the ability of a large sect. For a small Yin city pass defending general, they casually took out 400 grade 6 Dao soldiers. If he had such strength in his hands, with him leading, it was enough for him to be invincible in Donglin Cloud Continent. Zhang Xingdao's common people, mysterious dragon warriors, were the strong Dao soldiers that had crushed the Blood Cloud cavalry in the past. Even if there were only 300 of them, he wouldn't bother about that Lingyun sect. He greedily looked up and down at these people, following which the white-shirt middle-aged man coughed. Zhongsho finally came back to his senses, giving out an awkward smile before turning his eyes back to those elite disciples, only to see that most of them were filled with unhappiness. There were even some whose gazes were filled with provocation, like that Yongqin whose eyes were filled with a mocking intent. It was obvious that she was eager to try and cause trouble. The moment he opened his mouth, there would probably be people who would jump out. They would make him lose face. Zhong Shouxin had a thought and gave up on speaking. He cupped his fist towards the white-shirt middle-aged man. Tan Xiu has nothing to say. I will try my best and not disappoint the sect. That white-shirt middle-aged man was startled and then nodded his head slightly. That's good too. It is already late. Let me send you all out. When he said that, a silver cover appeared in the hands of the white-shirt middle-aged man. He tossed it upwards, and it suddenly swelled up, turning into 1,000 feet wide, covering everyone here, as well as Zhongsho's carriage. In the next instant, all of them had vanished without a trace. Only Han Fong was left. He could only rub his forehead and let out a sigh. Junior brother, this time I will listen to you. If there are any accidents, or if we lose too many disciples, we will be sinners for the sect. You and I will both be sinners of the sect. I, Han Fong, will fight you to the death. This junior brother Zhongsho is good at everything. His talents are top class. However, the way he does things is always unexpected. I really can't see through him. Thinking back to those 7 Saint Fire silver ants, Han Fong's expression relaxed. With this heaven and earth variant here, at least they could retreat in one piece. After that white-shirt middle-aged man sent all of them out of the vast habitat, he disappeared. Zhongsho was shocked. So many sect elite disciples. Losing 1 or 2 was enough for a sect to feel heart pain for many years. He actually didn't care about them at all. His spiritual sense spread out, but he didn't notice anyone following them in the dark. Naturally, it was also possible that his strength wasn't enough, and he couldn't sense it. He looked above, trying to deduce the direction of the sun in the sky. Then, Zhongsho's pupils constricted. This direction should be a region west of the central continent. So the location of the vast habitat was here. Nearby, there's only a vast expanse of wilderness, and there was no one around. However, Zhongsho's spiritual sense could sense that 20 miles out there was a huge path. Occasionally, there would be cloud-crossing carriages traveling on it. There seemed to be many people. He couldn't help but mock. He always thought that the entrances of the 5 vast habitats were deep in the mountains. Who knew that it would be such a densely populated place? A moment later, these 500 people all adapted from the dizziness caused by the change of space. Following which, apart from those 400 Dao soldiers, the gazes of many elite disciples all focused on him. Not long later, 3 people walked out from within. One of them was Xuanya. The other 2 were unfamiliar faces. If nothing went wrong, they should be Xie and Luo Shi. Zhongsho had recently heard rumors about the 2 of them and could roughly recognize them. The one who was elegant like a young master in a chaotic world was Luo Shi. The one with a squarish face and a violent aura was Xian. There was another person who also walked over. He should be the leader of these Dao soldiers. He was around 40 years old and wore red armor. He was expressionless and didn't have much of an expression as he walked to the side of Zhongshou. Just one action, and it showed that he would follow his orders. However, he wasn't close and showed that he didn't trust him. After Luoshu walked close, he smiled and asked, "Great senior master, you are the leader of this matter. I wonder what we should do now." Xuanye and Xie and were silent as they waited for Zhongshu's reply. Zhongshu glanced at Luoshu. This fellow missed out on the word great. When he returned, he would report this person for being disrespectful. He directly ignored him and looked at the Dao soldier leader. "Who are you? What is your role within the sect?" The many elite disciples all pricked up their ears to listen. When they heard that, they nearly fell down. It turned out that this grand martial uncle Mrs. Tan didn't even know who his subordinates were this time. Even the faces of the hundreds of knights turned ashen. The Dao soldier leader didn't have much of an expression, raising his hand and bowing. Song Xingdao, 7th generation inner sect Han Shu, current common people, mysterious dragon warrior, 7th commander. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for me. Chapter 423. Zhongshu's pupils constricted. He knew that Song Shengdao's common people, mysterious dragon warriors, had 4 grades: Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Huang. It was said that their strengths were all different. However, he didn't know how many people there were in these 4 word Dao soldiers. Now that he heard it, he was even more shocked. Xian, 7th Division. In other words, before the 7th Division, there were still 6 divisions of Xian grade common people, mysterious dragon warriors. With each division having 150 people, there were at least 1,000 Xian grade common people, mysterious dragon warriors with grade 6 experts as the main force. The foundations of the large sects made one's heart jump. "So, it is Commander Xian Shu. Sorry for the disrespect." Nodding his head, Zhongshu swept around. He knew that most of the people here were waiting. They were all waiting to see him make a fool of himself. Those elite disciples of the 3 sects and 6 schools of Song Xingdao, 90% of them were waiting for him to embarrass himself. However, he was lazy to care, directly asking, "How much food and water did we bring this time? How many pills and talismans did we bring out? Is it enough for 50 days? Xian Shu's eyes flashed, still expressionless. "Food and water is enough to last for 40 days. Along with hunting beasts along the way, it is enough to last for 50 days. As for pills and talismans, there's no need to worry. This time my 7th Division brought out 5 small heaven and earth bags. The resources within can at least deal with 3 to 5 battles." Zhongshu nodded his head. He guessed that the sect would arrange such matters. Then out of these 500 people, who is good at illusionary techniques? Who is good at hiding tracks? Our 10 returned to Sun Spirit Masters are all good. The other 3 sects and 6 schools also have Spirit Masters who are good at it. This place is densely populated. To not alarm that Yuan Jiuqin isn't easy. I wonder if Commander Xian Shu has any plans for our journey? Have you thought about when we will set off and where we will stay? On the other side, Luoshu and Xie were both stunned when they heard this. They had thought about some of these things, and some of them didn't. If you don't want people to know along the way and make Yuan Jiuqin alert, you really need to be very careful. Only with plenty of food and water can you avoid contact with the cities along the way. Xianyi, on the other hand, was indifferent. She had met Zhongshu before and had interacted with him before. However, when he heard Zhongshu's questions, he realized that they were all about the key to the long-distance march. Secretly, he suppressed his anger and looked at the young man opposite him in astonishment. Zhongshu asked a few more questions, then stopped. He directly sucked a nearby dry and broken branch into his hand. He then drew a map, which was the outline of the western region of the Central Cloud Continent. Within the Cloud World, there were 5 continents and 12 islands. However, the Central Cloud Continent was larger than the other 4 continents and 12 islands combined. It was over 60 times the size of Donglin Cloud Continent. After drawing the map, Zhongshu asked Xianyi, "Out of these many disciples, who is good at speaking?" Xianyi didn't know what he meant. After thinking about it, She opened her mouth and replied, "My junior sister Chinro has a wide network within the sect and is good at talking. A month ago, you met her, Chinro." Zhongsho thought back for a moment, but he didn't have any impression. However, he still nodded his head. "This person is good. I want to invite her to make a trip to the Qingxian Ocean region on our behalf. There are many city lords there, and we just need to convince one of them." Qingxian Ocean region referred to the region near the Qingxian Ocean. It wasn't a cloud ocean, but a true ocean above the central cloud continent. However, that area was mostly still in the wilderness era. Many of the cities had just risen up, following which, Zhongsho casually waved his hand on the simple map beneath his feet and drew a line. "This is the Guangling Hanhai. I remember that the mountain gate of Hanling sect is not far from here. Is it possible to prepare some food and water every 100 miles on a line that I have drawn? This time there might be a larger amount." Guangling Hanhai referred to a giant desert that directly blocked the central dynasty and was unable to control the countries of the West region. It was also a path that one had to pass to head to the Qingxian Ocean region. However, at this moment, the many elite disciples that Song Shengdao selected were all discussing this matter. "Why are you sending people to the Qingxian Ocean region? We are going to Yin City Pass to kill people tens of thousands of miles away. What does that have to do with our trip? Why do we need to arrange food and water in this Guangling Hanhai? Are we going to stay in this ocean for a period of time? I really don't know what this Tanxiu is thinking. I think that senior brother Xie and senior brother Luo won't agree to such random orders." Discussions broke out. Xian and Luo Shi stared back viciously at the people behind them like they were looking at idiots. It wasn't too difficult to save those 3 million people. However, what was truly difficult was the future. How to arrange the daily lives of these people and how to avoid the pursuit of the central dynasty. Zhongsho's arrangements were indeed wise. Luo Shi looked closely at Zhongsho in deep thought, following which he bowed solemnly. "Our Hanling sect doesn't care about food and water for 3 million people. We will definitely be able to arrange it." Xuanyan nodded her head. "I will instruct junior sister Chan to settle this matter. There are many places that lack people to explore. Taking in 3 million people is not a problem." Zhongsho was delighted when he heard that. "That is the best. All right, this great senior master is a little inconvenient. In the future, you can just call me First Seat." After saying that, he nodded towards Xian Shu beside him. Then he boarded his own cloud crossing carriage. The 4 people outside the carriage all had complicated gazes. They were a little disappointed, but also heaved a sigh of relief. At least this time their leader was really careful. It seemed like he was more experienced than many old people. He wasn't as clueless as they thought. They thought back to when Zhongsho said "first seat" before he boarded the carriage. Xian and the other 2 felt a stab in their hearts. Even Xuanya, who had seen Zhongsho's ability, was furious. A moment later, Xian Shu started to arrange for everyone to set off. He was obviously an experienced army person. Not long later, he arranged everything in an orderly manner. Tens of Return to Sun Realm spirit masters started to cast illusionary techniques to cover everyone, following which there were specialized people to clean up the traces that they had left behind. Although this place was densely populated, most of them were normal people who didn't cultivate. As long as they were careful along the way, they would be able to hide from the heavens and silently travel 10,000 miles. Zhongsho's cloud crossing carriage had just followed this group of people for an hour. Zhao Yanran and Xin Yunlan had already boarded his carriage. You really don't forget to enjoy every moment. Zhao Yanran looked around and noticed that the decorations of the carriage were more luxurious. The temperature was suitable and it gave off a fragrance. Not only were there various spiritual formations that made one feel comfortable, but the walls of the carriage were also strengthened. There was also a giant defensive spiritual formation that was simplified and carved onto the carriage. To be able to craft such a carriage, one had to be at least a grade 9 and above artifact blacksmith. Thinking about how she needed to ride a horse and sleep in the open for these tens of days. As for Zhongsho, he could comfortably stay on the carriage and enjoy. Zhao Yanran instantly felt a little imbalanced and mocked him. However, following which her expression turned serious. Do you know how many of the senior and junior sisters here are waiting to see you make a fool of yourself? Just now you weren't bad and didn't lose face, as expected from the monster king of a country. Xin Yunlan was worried. Your Highness is so unconventional and independent. I'm afraid the other sect members won't agree, and it won't be good for this trip. Zhongsho was delighted and knew that Xin Yunlan was speaking lightly. Those elite disciples of the same sect didn't agree with his actions. It should be said that they were unhappy and furious. However, he didn't care about all that. A first-seat Song Sheng Dao, who popped out of nowhere, was enough to make people jealous and hate him. This time he was grabbed by Han Fong to be in charge of assassinating Yuan Jiuchen. Those fellow sect members were probably like a volcano that was about to explode. Even if he treated them with respect and went through thick and thin with them, he wouldn't be able to take them in, and he wouldn't be able to stop them from ordering them around. Rather than that, why not just do what he wanted to do and enjoy himself? Actually, he was finding it weird that the sect only needed 10 to 20 elites who could work together seamlessly to assassinate Yuan Jiuchen. Even the 3 million people of Hellion Iron Mountain didn't need to be so problematic. Bringing so many people who were at most 17 to 18 years old who had been bitterly cultivating and hadn't seen much of the world would only cause problems. Who knew what sect they were from? What were they thinking? Zhao Yinran obviously didn't understand, her brows furrowing for a moment. Following which she said towards Zhongsho, "Zhongsho, do you know who our true opponent is this time?" Zhongsho was startled when he heard that, thinking back to his memories regarding Yuan Jiuchen's death. His brows furrowed. It seems to be Tailing Sect. He remembered that battle in the God Emperor virtual reality game. Apart from a main character Song Shengdao, most of the players who participated were from Tailing Sect. The casualties were only secondary. On the contrary, they were more proactive than the Central Dynasty officials. It is the head of the Taoist sects, the top of the 10 shrines, Tailing Sect. Zhao Yinran only thought that it was Zhongsho who found out from his seniors and wasn't surprised. Her brows furrowed, her eyes filled with coldness. Do you know about the Yin City Pass Rebellion? That Yuan Jiuchen was the main character, but this Tailing Sect was one of the people behind the scenes. This sect single-handedly created the Yin City Pass Rebellion. They also used this matter to cause our Song Shengdao to have 200 grade 6 experts fall these 20 years, amongst which there were 2 grade 7. Zhong Shaoxin's expression sunk slightly, thinking that this Yuan Jiuchen and Hellion Iron Mountain were probably treated as a bonfire in the night by this Tailing Sect to attract their Song Shengdao people like moths to a flame. Speaking of which, this time Tailing Sect would definitely interfere in this matter. There was even a chance that they were waiting there for them to walk into a trap. Chapter 424. According to what I know, 3 months ago, Tailing Sect had already sent tens of elite disciples along with 600 Dao soldiers to guard the Yin City Pass in front to protect Yuan Jiuchen. Zhao Yinran's face was green as she said, amongst which was Spirit, Dragon Spirit, and Tailing all stepped into grade 7. The one we need to pay attention to is that Ji Lingzi. These 4 people are the most outstanding few out of the younger generation of Tailing Sect, amongst which Ji Lingzi is the leader. Not only is he about to step into grade 8, he is also really scheming. He is also the most terrifying. Zhongsho frowned, carefully listening to Zhao Yinran's evaluation of these few people. This Ji Lingzi used his own strength to defeat 10 Xuanwu ancestors when he was a grade 6 return to Sun Spirit Master. He was called a talisman technique genius and was someone on the same level as the 3 pinnacle swords of the Cloud World. It was said that this time he forcefully suppressed his cultivation to not let his cultivation break through to grade 8. He rushed to Yin City Pass to take charge of matters. Moreover, Tailing Sect isn't the only one waiting there. When he heard that, Zhongsho's heart turned ice cold. He knew that the sect mission this time was really tough, but he didn't expect it to be so tough. Just the ones that Zhao Yinran mentioned, there were 4 grade 7 experts. Yuan Jiuchen himself could be considered one. Yin City Pass was a pass southwest of the Central Dynasty with millions of troops there. There definitely wasn't only one grade 7 expert. The other Taoist sects and Confucian faction sects would also send out experts. That place had already become the place where Tailing Sect and Tsang Shengdao fought. In Zhongsho's heart, an urge to flee rose up. Or like what Han Fong said, to save those 3 million people and end the matter. As for assassinating Yuan Jiuchen, he didn't need to think about it. He would think about it 10 over years later. Furrowing his brows, Zhongsho sighed. In the end, he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Song Shengdao did indeed think highly of him. Just the fact that the huge Hidden Scriptures Tower was open to him without any reservations was enough to make him feel grateful. It was precisely because of this that he had to do his best. If possible, Zhongsho also wanted to try and see if he could save Song Shengdao's future, so that his sect could avoid decline and walk towards prosperity. He used his fingers to rub the space between his eyebrows, but after a long while, he still couldn't find anything. Zhongsho couldn't help but laugh. Shenro was right about one thing. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will be victorious in 100 battles. For this matter, apart from Tailing Sect sending people to interfere, he didn't know anything else. What could he think of? Suddenly, her heart skipped a beat, and she looked at the other girl who also had a worried look on her face. Yinlan, I know that your Clear Sound School is well informed in the Central Cloud Continent. Can you help me investigate the background of this Yuan Jiuchen, where his family is, who he's on good terms with in Yin City Pass, who he has a grudge with, where he will be promoted, who will be the new Yin City Pass lieutenant, and also his benefactor, the Han King, as well as everything about that Liao King. Oh right, also the map of Yin City Pass and Hellion Iron Mountain. When Xin Yinlan heard that, she was startled. The Han King and Liao King were both princes of the Central Cloud Continent. They were sent out to each take charge of a region. Forget about the Han King and the map. The latter was necessary. The former was Yuan Jiuchen's superior. However, why do you want to investigate that Liao King? He was tens of thousands of miles away, and his land was in the northeast of the Central Cloud Continent. It had nothing to do with this matter. Thinking about it for a moment, Xin Yunlan was filled with questions in her heart. However, she still nodded her head. Since His Highness wanted it, then she would try her best. Anyways, it wasn't a difficult matter for a Clear Sound School. This person took over for less than a year and expanded his land by tens of thousands of miles. He was a rare young lord. He definitely had his reasons for instructing her like that. Zhongsho sighed. He remembered that his first choice when he was prepared to join a sect was Tailing Sect. However, today they were going to meet on the battlefield. Oh, right, Ruoshui, the country name of the Central Cloud Continent, is Taishang, right? Her eyes were blurry. Ruoshui, who was sitting behind him, didn't know what Zhongsho was trying to do. She could only make an N sound as a reply. After Zhongsho said that, he silently looked into the distance. He hoped that when he was bored in the future, the historical records he saw were all true. Xinshu's experience was indeed rich. He led these 500 people to pass through the desolate mountains and steep ridges. Everything, eating, drinking, pooping, everything was arranged properly. There was no need for Zhongsho to interfere at all. Even Zhong Yuan, who was also an expert, looked at it with his picky eyes and couldn't find any flaws. He also couldn't see any flaws that could reveal their tracks. While Zhongsho was satisfied, he decided to let go of everything and let Xinshu handle it. With someone else managing these 500 people, it was just nice and easy. As for himself, he stayed in the carriage to consolidate his cultivation. Although he had merged with the 6 pair of chakra meridians, it was still a little unstable. He used a full 6 days for those 2 new spiritual veins to circulate smoothly in his bone chakra. The true chi and essence energy also started to strengthen the bones in his body. It absorbed the hidden dragon essence in his body as well as the remaining lightning phoenix essence. Pretty much every day that passed, Zhongsho felt that his body was getting a little stronger. Since he broke through, the strength of his physical body was growing at an explosive speed. Merely 20 days later, under the lead of Xinshu, The group of people pass through the Guangling Immensity Ocean and arrive at the other end of the enormous desert. They were only 13,000 miles away from the Yin City Pass. At this moment, those common people, mysterious dragon warriors, were still okay. They didn't care much about the harsh environment of the desert. The elite disciples of the various sects were all listless. Only when they knew that they were about to walk out of the desert did they regain some energy. Only their grievances towards Zhongsho didn't change, slowly boiling and rising. Just as they were setting up camp at night, this grievance finally showed signs of exploding. Zhongsho's camp was arranged at the center of the entire camp. Today he was sitting beside the campfire, comprehending the earth talisman of the 5-element talisman. He saw Xie Guan, who was not far away, suddenly walk over. When he was 10 meters away from him, he stopped and coldly swept his gaze over. First seat, do you know that many sect members are filled with hatred towards you? Zhongsho was helpless. He knew that at this moment he couldn't think about calming down and comprehending. He could only stop and open his eyes. I know, but what does this have to do with the Yin City Pass matter? Xie Guan curled his lips, using his hand to press on his sword, his expression filled with disdain. I am lazy to fight with you. If first seat you want to do this, then I can't do anything. Today I just want to ask, did you say to my junior brother that the ability of our Xianyang sect disciples is only so? Zhongsho was startled when he heard that, sweeping towards Li Zhe, who was in the crowd, not far away, only to see that this person had a weird expression, looking over with a little nervousness. It was like he didn't expect that Xie Guan would directly ask him. He couldn't help but frown, his heart turning cold. I didn't say that. Xie Guan's expression instantly calmed down. However, he still wasn't willing to leave just like that. He suddenly took a step forward, and an oppressive sword aura suddenly rose up. Is Senior Master Tan willing to swear on your heart, demon? Zhongsho's pupils constricted. No matter how gentle his personality was, he couldn't help but feel a little angry. Out of the corner of his eyes, he saw that Li Zhe's face was flushed red. His nervousness grew thicker. He knew that he just needed one sentence to expose this person's lies. Zhongsho laughed coldly, directly shaking his head. No. Li Zhe's expression was obviously startled. Then, he chuckled, and his expression turned into one of schadenfreude. Xie Guan's eyes instantly turned dark. After a long while, he took in a deep breath. Okay. A year later, I will fight with you to challenge for the position of first seat. I will let the first seat see the ability of our Xianyang sect disciples. I hope that at that time you can break through to grade 7. After he finished, he wasn't willing to speak to Zhongsho anymore, directly turning around and leaving. Zhao Yanran, who was at the side, was already listless. She didn't dare to wait for Xie Guan to leave, helplessly saying towards Zhongsho, First seat, Tan. You know that Li Zhe is trying to sow discord. Can't you give way? You didn't do it. It is just a heart demon oath. Why bother? Xie Guan's footsteps suddenly stopped, like he was waiting for Zhongsho's reply. Zhongsho expressionlessly shook his head. I, Tan Xiao, have never said those words before. However, today I really think that the ability of this generation of Xianyang sect disciples is only SOSO. Those elite disciples of Xianyang sect were originally looking over in rage. When these words were said, they all stood up, their hands pressing on their swords, causing the aura of this space to instantly turn cold. As for Xie Guan, he abruptly turned around, his eyes as sharp as arrows as he stared over, as if he wanted to completely pierce through Zhongsho's body. Luoshi, who was not far away, mocked. What arrogance! Our fellow disciples of Xianyang sect, even our Hanliang sect, is only on the same level. Does First Seat also think that our Hanliang sect disciples are only SOSO? Zhongsho smiled, not willing to argue with him. However, his expression showed that he agreed with Luoshi's words. At this moment, not only were the expressions of the Xianyang sect disciples green, but the faces of the Hanliang sect people were also extremely ugly. Zhao Yanran didn't have anything to say. She could only helplessly stare at Zhongsho along with Xian Yunlan. The latter didn't seem to sense anything, only being on guard. His personality was just like that. If people respect me, I will respect them 10 times over. If people destroy a grain of mine, I will take 3 bushels from them. He was just worrying about finding an excuse to viciously beat up these people. He brought the cloud crossing carriage over to provoke these people. It was best if they could turn on him and attack him. Weren't these people all arrogant and untamed? Then he would beat them until they were tamed. Weren't they lazy and didn't respect orders? Using his fists would naturally make these people listen to orders. Xian's expression was becoming colder and colder. Luosher's expression was also cold as he strolled out. The aura of the entire camp was on the verge of exploding. However, a cold scoff suddenly broke out. Chapter 425. Along with this cold scoff, Xianshu, who was not far away, suddenly walked behind Zhongshou. His gaze was as sharp as a blade as he swept his gaze around. Luosher's breathing instantly stopped. Xian's brows furrowed. After scoffing, he retreated in the end. Forcing the two of them back, Xianshu also didn't have a good expression towards Zhongshou. His expression was also extremely ugly. When Zhongshou saw the situation, he felt pity. This Xianshu was just too much of a hindrance. On the other hand, Zhao Yanran was in deep thought. Did you do that on purpose? Zhongshou smiled, not denying it, just as he was prepared to meditate once more, only to see a red glow suddenly descend from the sky. After circling for a moment, it directly pounced towards Xian Yunlan. It finally came. Zhongshou's eyes instantly lit up. Not waiting for the red swift bird to return to Xian Yunlan's side, he reached out and grabbed the bird in his hand, only to see that the bamboo tube below was actually really heavy. It was obvious that the news it brought was simply too much. This was why he didn't use the faster messaging talisman and instead used the red swift bird to send news. Inside there were tens of pieces of paper. Most of them were densely packed with small words. Zhongshou used the firelight to take a look. The first was the map of the area around Hellion Iron Mountain. Zhongshou took a look and his eyes lit up. So this Hellion Iron Mountain is 30 miles away from Dali River? Looking at the direction of the terrain, it should be 120 feet below the river surface. Zhao Yanran and Xian Yunlan exchanged glances with one another when they heard that, thinking to themselves, so what if it was on the Dali River? So what if it was below the river surface? They couldn't understand why this Zhongshou would be so excited. Then, they heard Zhongshou exclaim, "We bought over the warden of Hellion Iron Mountain?" He knew that the so-called warden was an official in charge of security and capturing in the olden times. As for the warden of an Iron Mountain, he had even more authority. He controlled all the soldiers stationed in the Iron Mountain. Such a person had actually been bribed by Tsang Xingdao. It was truly inconceivable. It's useless. Zhao Yanran shook her head helplessly. This person has a lot of information that Tsang Xingdao, found out about. It was only 2 years ago that he was able to completely control him. However, it wasn't of much use, and Tailing Sect wouldn't bother at all. Before I came here, Shizhuan had told me that it was easy to rescue people, but difficult to escape. As long as Tsang Xingdao, attack, the people from Tailing Sect will definitely chase after me. When Zhongshou heard this, he wasn't surprised at all, nor did he look dejected. Following which he flipped to the last few pages. This was the information of Tailing Sect and that Han King, as well as their recent movements. In 2 months, the King of Han will be transferred to the capital. I've heard of this as well. The one who spoke this time was Xian Yunlan. After all, the foundations of Qingyin Sect were in the central continent, so they were clearer about the situation here. For some reason, the Emperor of Taishang hasn't appointed a crown prince. He also sent all the adult princes to defend a region. This Han King has the support of Tailing, Han's Han, and Dao Ming, these 3 sects, and has been rising up in recent years. He had many huge battles in the West region and was said to be admired by the court. He is going to be moved to the core to assist in the Ministry of Justice. Zhongshou smiled. This assisting in the Ministry of Justice wasn't a very popular position. Based on the records on the cloth in his hands, it had already revealed the true reason why this Han King was promoted to the capital. Under the support of the few large sects, they had many huge battles with the West region. However, they didn't have much progress, unable to wipe out a country or occupy a land. Each time, they mobilized close to 4 million troops. This wasn't the motley crowd of their Donglin Cloud continent, but true elite troops. Even Gantia Mountain only had 400,000 elites that could be compared to them. In the end, not only did they suffer many casualties, but they also used up tens of millions of resources each time. Even with the riches of the Central Dynasty, they felt that they couldn't take it. A year ago, someone wrote a letter to accuse him of wasting military resources and wasting resources. Therefore, this so-called promotion, rather than saying that the lords of the Great Shang Dynasty thought highly of him, it was better to say that it was a promotion in name, but a demotion in reality. They wanted to hang this king of Han out first. Xian Yunlan continued. This Yuan Jiuchen's promotion was said to be to take over the Han king's position. This person is the most trusted aide of the Han king, and only by handing the troops to him can the Han king enter the capital at ease. Trusted aide? That might not be the case. Zhong Shou continued to flip downwards, and not long later he saw the Liao king's report. This was one of the younger ones out of all the princes, ranked 9th. His experience was rather ordinary, just like any other prince. He was neither outstanding nor mediocre. After being sent to the north to defend the Liao land, he was a little smart, preparing the troops and resting up, such that the northern barbarians didn't dare to go down south. Compared to the Han king's resume, it was much more beautiful. In just a moment, Zhong Shou's eyes focused on a line of words. Yuanqin's 6th year, 3rd month, 9th prince decided to roam Shi Mountain. He lost his way midway and only returned 10 days later. He looked at it carefully for a moment, as if he wanted to magnify these ordinary words. After a long while, Zhong Shou took in a deep breath. The history books of the future didn't lie to him. There was actually such a thing. Everything in the Divine Emperor era could be said to be confusing. He only knew that 12 years later, it was this Liao king who was made the crown prince. As for the Han king who was in high spirits, he ended up being locked up. As for this Yuan Jiuchen, for some reason, not only was he not removed from his position, but his official position was also promoted and he was really trusted. This time, there might be a chance of success. Closing his eyes, Zhong Shou thought about it carefully for a moment, following which he smiled towards Xian Yunlan. Yunlan, I have 2 more things to ask of you. I heard that this Liao king likes to patrol the army, right? Can I ask your sect to send a few seniors over to assassinate him? Xian Yunlan was startled. Her first thought was that Zhong Shou had already gone crazy. Assassinating a prince. It wasn't that Song Xingdao hadn't done it before, but each time he would face the crazy retaliation of the Central Dynasty. Even the righteous path sects would work together. Now that the spiritual wave was about to arrive, if they caused Song Xingdao to fall into everyone's crosshairs, the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. Moreover, she couldn't see that the life and death of this Liao king had anything to do with that of Yuan Jiuchen. When Zhao Yanran heard that, her brows also furrowed. However, before she asked, she heard Zhong Shou say with a smile that didn't look like a smile, "Naturally, we won't really take his life. We just need to force him to use that Tai Ching Chingfeng sword. Don't say that your Qingyin sect can't do it, although I don't have actual evidence, but there is no harm in trying." The time will be 2 months later, 10 days before the Han king takes up his position. When they heard that last sentence, Zhao Yanran and Xian Yunlan's expressions changed. They couldn't help but stand up. "You are saying that tailing sect and Liao king." Before she finished, Zhong Shou placed his finger at the corner of his lips. He shushed her, signaling for her to keep quiet. Xian Yunlan's words also stopped. Seeing that the people around were looking over, she hurriedly sat down. Her face was dark and uncertain. "I will report this matter to the sect, but I still need 2 7-spirit sect seniors to help. Rather than using strength to force him, why don't we confuse his mind?" Zhong Shou's eyes were filled with praise, forgetting that the methods of the demon path sects, Qingyin sect and beautiful demon sect, were the best. "As for the second matter, I want Qingyin sect to arrange it. 2 months later, I will personally meet His Highness, the King of Han. Zhao Yanran and Xian Yunlan instantly frowned. At first, they felt that it wasn't appropriate, but then their faces regained calmness. Since the Liao King already had plans on his side, then meeting the Han King was expected, and there wasn't any danger to speak of. All of a sudden, they only felt that it was unbelievable. If it was as Zhong Shou expected, then this matter that had troubled the common people path for 20 years would be solved just like that. Not only could he cause that Yuan Jiuchen to die without a burial place, but he could also wipe away the humiliation and let Tailing's sect have a taste of being schemed against. Xian Yunlan clenched her fists tightly, suppressing her excitement. Zhong Shou's words didn't have any evidence, but if one guessed carefully, there was a 90% chance that it was true. If not, she wouldn't have been so rash to ask the sect for help. Originally, she didn't have much hope when she followed over. However, today, with Zhong Shou's words, she actually had a 70% chance of winning. As expected from a teen who took over the throne, destroying tens of cities and countries. The ruler of a country that shocked an area, his intelligence was outstanding. Legend had it that the Sky Fox bloodline of the monster race was the craftiest. Today, it seemed like it was really amazing. Within Tsang Xingdao, there are many people and many mouths. It is hard to guarantee that there are Tailing sect spies. If we want to have more confidence, we need to keep it a secret. Don't have too much hope. Zhong Shou himself had less than 20% confidence. He only used the historical records that he saw in the last life to plan. His confidence wasn't as high as Xian Yunlan's. Whilst he said that he was thinking about whether or not there was anything that needed to be perfected. Suddenly, he felt something, only to feel an aura quietly getting close from below. Just as Zhong Shou was about to investigate, numerous sand and dust rose up. A giant bug suddenly charged out from the sand. A full 400 feet long body opened its giant mouth. It was filled with sharp teeth as it bit towards Zhong Shou. Sandbug? There is actually such a bug at the borders of the Guangling Han Ocean. Moreover, it is grade 7. This Tan Xiu still isn't dodging. Is he scared silly? I want to see how he will deal with it without our help. The people around all laughed and discussed. However, no one had the intention to help Zhong Shou deal with the sandbug. Zhong Shou shook his head. Hanshi in his sleeves had already woken up. Even the lightning-winged flood dragon was accumulating strength and ready to attack. However, in the next moment, there was a light shout, Xianlong. A giant red sword suddenly slashed over from the side. Its aura was similar to the hundreds of common people, mysterious dragon warriors here. The aura was like that of a grade 8 expert. Just one sword, and the body of the sandbug was sliced in half. Another sword image flew and smashed the broken body of the sandbug into pieces. Chapter 4:26. Dirt and stones scattered. The broken pieces and juices of the sandworms also splattered all about. Ruo Shui frowned, waving her sleeves, and a weird power pushed all these items away. The people nearby also let out a soft snort in unison that seemed to be regretful and pitiful. Zhong Shou knew that these people hated him and wanted him to be unlucky, so he didn't care. He sighed in his heart. It wasn't easy for him to run in front of him to show off his strength, but this Xian Shu ruined it, only to see the red sword retract and reveal the person within. As expected, it was Xian Shu. However, this time he didn't walk away. Instead, he directly sat down beside the bonfire in front of Zhong Shou. Xian Shu has heard what the first seat said. Zhong Shou was startled. Just now, when he spoke to the few of them, he used spells to block out the sound. How did Xian Shu hear it? His expression calmed down. In this world, there were treasures like the sound, listening conch, so it wasn't surprising for there to be other methods. He smiled and asked, "Then, Commander Xian Shu, do you think this method has a chance of success? This is a good plan. After the details are taken care of, there is a 70% chance of success." When Xian Shu heard that his eyes burned as he looked at Zhong Shou, Xian Shu finally knows why the sect wants the first seat to be in charge of this matter. Xian Shu doesn't have a good eye. First seat, please forgive me. Zhong Shou was a little stunned. 80% chance? So high. He thought that it was only 20%. Following which Xian Shu's bright gaze made his head feel numb. Thinking to himself, was this Xian Shu the so-called glass in the future? Why did he keep staring at people like that? Within the void, at the place between the cloud world and the space barrier, at this moment, there was also a person who was looking at Zhongsho with a burning gaze, muttering nonstop. So that is the case, so that is the case. It is actually so simple. 20 years ago, if I could think clearly, how would I have fallen into the trap of that tailing sect and caused half of my senior brothers to fall in that Yen City pass? He threw a punch to the side, causing the void to tremble. This middle-aged man in his 30s with a head full of white hair dressed in a scholarly robe had a confused look in his eyes, almost losing focus. He was full of self-blame. Why didn't I think of it back then? If one thought carefully about the relationship between Tailing Sect and Liao King, there would be numerous clues. Mount Shi, how could I forget about that fellow? Not bad, what a good Zhongsho, what a good Gantia Mountain Monster King. Who knew that this kid would be so smart? It was really not bad. Aitsong Xingdao's 7th-generation disciples and below, compared to him, aren't worth mentioning. Opposite this person sat an old man with a withered face and a little girl who looked like she was carved out of jade. If Zhongsho was here, this old man would definitely be his senior brother Hanfang, and that little girl would be sure ruling. The little girl opened her mouth, wanted to say that her ruler master was originally really amazing. However, in the end, she didn't dare to say it out loud. Hanfang's current expression was really complicated. Then in your eyes, how much confidence do we have this time? 80%. The white-bearded middle-aged man raised his head, his face filled with confidence. Unfortunately, this time Song Shengdao, didn't have any hopes of succeeding. The reliable people I sent were too few. No one can go up against that Ji Lingzi. If not, we would have a 100% chance of taking that Yuan Jiuchen's life. Even if we don't succeed this time, we can cause that bastard to become a homeless dog with nowhere to go. You are more confident than that Xian Shu fellow. Hafang shook his head and didn't comment. Thinking to himself that no one could go up against Ji Lingzi, that might not be the case. With those 7 natural variants, normal grade, 8 warriors would probably avoid them easily. For this matter to be solved so easily, it made him heave a sigh of relief. In the depths of his eyes, a weird glow shone. His junior brother Wei Su was really good at judging people. He saw that this junior brother Zhong could solve this matter cleanly. If it is really as you said, to have 80% confidence, that would be the best. If this Yen City pass matter ends, you can get rid of your heart demons and focus on going through the tribulation. Winner, you have been stuck at the peak of the spirit martial realm for too long. Disciple is useless. The white-haired middle-aged man laughed bitterly, his face filled with shame. I still feel guilty about this matter. Today, to be able to see this enemy die and take revenge for my senior and junior brothers, I can finally be at ease. Even if there's a knot in my heart, I should be able to put it down. He said seriously, although I have been in secluded meditation these few years, I still know the Yen City Pass situation like the back of my hand. As long as the Han King doesn't do anything, then 80% confidence is a conservative estimate. I just don't know how this Zhongsho will deal with Hellion Iron Mountain. However, looking at his expression, I think that this kid also has some confidence. Let's just wait and see what he does. Today, I only have one thing that I don't understand. Why would the sect allow such a talent to be independent outside? That small Gantia mountain, a small piece of land in Dongling Cloud Continent, we don't need it. 100 years later, if we can have this kid in charge of the sect, our Tsang Shengdao will prosper once more. How would I not know? However, this matter was decided by the revered one. He said that Gantia Mountain City is also extremely important to our Tsang Shengdao. Looking at how that Zhongsho has been doing these few days, he is obviously unwilling. Hanfang let out a bitter laugh, his voice filled with endless regret. The sect leaders of Seven Spirits Sect and Qingyin School are all women no weaker than men. Unfortunately, their personalities are too careful. I'm afraid those 2 girls won't be moved with just a few words. To assassinate the Liao king, one has to take a huge risk. However, even you, Fang Wen, said so. I'll lend him another helping hand. After he finished, he stood up and waved his sleeves. Instantly, 2 red shadows flew out and flew into the distance. When those red shadows flew far away, Han Fang shook his head and focused on Zhong Shou, who was really calm like he was in deep thought. His eyes were also filled with regret. This kid was the most talented person he had seen in the past 1,000 years. Not to mention his martial path talent, just his ability to see through the connection between Tailing Sect and the Liao King, easily solving a messy matter. His intelligence was enough for the sect to treat him like a treasure. Unfortunately, his heart wasn't with Song Xingdao. It was also tough to form the Dharma. If he wasn't willing to rebuild his foundations, then in these few years he could only walk the martial path. However, he was so stubborn, making one's heart hurt. At this moment, Zhong Shou didn't know that in the void, there were 2 people who were discussing about him with regretful tones. With much difficulty, he sent that Xian Shu away. Then, Zhong Shou started to meditate once more. His mission today was really heavy. Not only did he need to form the other 5-element true spiritual talismans, he also needed to think about the 2 extreme yin and yang dharma. He also needed to improve the one origin sword and world-shocking spiritual art that gathered the 100 families. How he wished he could split himself into 2 and use him as 3 people. One of the reasons why he brought this cloud-crossing carriage out was because he wanted a quiet environment to comprehend and cultivate peacefully. The night was uneventful, and before the morning of the second day, they set off once more. However, this time those Song Xingdao elite disciples all stayed far away from the carriage and weren't willing to get close. It was obvious that the gap between them was really deep. Even Zhao Yanran and Xin Yunlan were ostracized. The latter could still bear with it, but Zhao Yanran was furious and ran over to Zhong Shou's carriage and stayed comfortably within. Zhong Shou also didn't care. He had a plan in his heart and wasn't as nervous as yesterday. He was able to calm down and cultivate. On the 7th day, they finally arrived near Yin City Pass. Xian Shu chose a place to hide. This place was not only 120 miles away from the pass. It was a secret base that Song Xingdao prepared. It was hidden under a huge mountain. Numerous holes were dug out, and there were spiritual formations covering it. There were even tens of spiritual veins gathered within that could be used for people to cultivate. He knew that for this assassination to succeed, it would take at least a month and a half. After Zhong Shou passed everything to Xian Shu, he started his secluded meditation with a clear conscience. Although he liked to enjoy life, he liked a more peaceful life. However, he knew about his achievements in the last life. After all, they were all from the last life. If he wanted to improve on the martial path, if he wanted to survive in this chaotic world, he had to have higher achievements. Then he couldn't waste a single minute, a single moment of time. His recent progress on the 2 extreme yin and yang dharma was still very little. However, he had some small achievements in body training and true spiritual talismans. After breaking through to the Xuanwu ancestor realm, it was like a gate had been opened in his body. The fist technique he used today had changed to the spiritual breathing fist and great blazing sun fist. Along with the 6th set of energy leading techniques, he used pretty much every bit of life, energy, and dragon essence to the extreme. In a short month, not only did his injuries from merging with the 6th pair of spiritual veins heal, but his skin also gave out a jade-colored glow. Zhong Shou tried to use a grade 5 spiritual weapon to cut it, but it only left a layer of white marks. Even if he went all out, it was just a blood mark. At that time, not only were Zhao Yanran, Ruo Shui, and the others startled, but even Zhong Shou himself was shocked. He didn't learn any external cultivation methods, but his physical body had the Taoist's muscles and celestial bones, the Buddhist's unbreakable golden body. The progress of the true spiritual talisman was even faster. During this month, Zhong Shou started from the earth word true spiritual talisman. In a short 30 days, he formed hundreds of true spiritual talismans. Since he reached the peak of the return to Sun realm, who knows if it was because he had grasped the laws of heaven and earth to a certain level, but the formation of true spiritual talismans was several times faster. Zhongsho was delighted in his heart. If this continued, a month later, he would be able to form the 10th true spiritual talisman in his soul. At that time, his chances of assassinating Yuan Jiochen would be much higher. However, things in the world couldn't go as one wished. This day, just as Zhongsho finished meditating, another bad news spread over. Chapter 427. 14 rebels have been captured and investigated as Tsang Shengdao disciples. 3 days later, they will be beheaded in public as a warning to others. Retracting his spiritual sense from the message talisman in his hand, Zhongsho's face was filled with shock. Just now, when he saw the news, his first thought was that someone was impatient from waiting. They ran out of this hiding place and did their own things. They had been cooped up here for a full month, and there were no signs of them attacking, nor were there any special arrangements. Zhongsho knew that those sect elites who came along were already filled with grievances against him. They were just short of pointing at his nose and accusing him of slacking off. He chose to go into secluded meditation these few days because what the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over, following which he felt that it wasn't right. With Xian Shu's ability, who could hide from those 400 common people, mysterious dragon warriors, and sneak away, he continued to read the contents and noticed that it wasn't. It was some intersect disciples who ran over to Yin City Pass for some reason. They were originally prepared to use the explosion spiritual formation to assassinate the nobles, to force the governor to let go of the 3 million sinners in Hellion Iron Mountain. In the end, before they even started, they were captured by the local city guards in Lu County 70 miles away. Within Yin City Pass, there were also Tsang Shengdao spies. Xianshu passed the news to him after a few passes. He felt that it was a little familiar. Zhongsho thought about it for a moment and recalled the plan that he heard in the evidence hall that day, following which he groaned, only feeling that his body had no strength. Did these people really make a move? Didn't Han Fong say that with the restrictions of the sect elders, these fellows wouldn't dare to mess around? They originally had a 50% chance of winning. So why did such a change occur? His fellow sect members of Tsang Shengdao weren't normal weirdos. Rubbing his brows, Zhongsho only felt that his head hurt. Looking into the cave, he saw that Zhao Yanran and Luo Shui's faces were ashen white. Xinshu's expression was also green. Zhong Yuan and Ruoshe, who were beside him, seemed very indifferent, perhaps because they felt that this matter had nothing to do with them. I wonder how many people know about this. Can you seal off the news and not let anyone else here know about it? Xianshu frowned and said uncertainly, I'll do my best. However, he still had to think of a way to save his fellow disciples. If we just leave it like this, it will definitely make people bitterly disappointed. Zhongsho grunted, but did not say anything. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. If he wanted to save someone, he definitely couldn't do it by force. Then to behead these dozen or so Tsang Shengdao disciples 3 days later, it was most likely a trap set by Yuan Jiochen to lure them out of their own accord. Just as he was thinking of a solution, there was a loud explosion at the entrance of the cave. Zhongsho raised his eyebrows and looked over. Then, the barrier of the spiritual array was blasted apart by a huge force, following which, a few people walked in with sunken faces. The one at the front was Xian. The two beside him were Luoshe and Xuanya. Behind them were hundreds of people, their faces filled with rage as they stood outside the door. Although they didn't follow the three of them in, their emotions were surging. As the matter is urgent, we are eager to meet you. Please forgive us first seat and commander for our lack of manners. The first to speak was Luoshe. Although he was apologizing, he wasn't apologetic at all. Instead, his brows were tightly locked as he stared at Zhongsho without any emotions. Did First Seat know about the Lu County matter? Zhongsho sighed. The news of these people was really quick. As expected, Most of the matters in the world didn't go as planned. Looking at the situation of these people, they were most probably here to question him. I know. Then how is First Seat prepare to deal with it? Zhong Shou expressionlessly glanced at Luo Shi, similarly expressionless. The sect will deal with these 10 over fellow sect members. It has nothing to do with us. If you're done, you can go back. Luo Shi held his breath, following which he laughed coldly. What a good nothing to do with us. First Seat, aren't you afraid that my Tsang Shengdao disciples will be disappointed? Forget it, but I, Luo Shi, still have a question I would like to ask. How long are you prepared to wait here? After the sect gives up, are you going to return just like that? If you could settle things a few days earlier and take the life of that Yuan Jiuchen, how would these 10 over fellow sect members end up in the hands of those dogs? Zhong Shaxin couldn't help but feel delighted. He didn't expect Luo Shi to think so highly of himself. Yuan Jiuchen, who caused the sect to return in defeat and suffer heavy losses. In his eyes, it was like they were already in his bag. It was as if he was also responsible for the capture of those 10 people. His face was expressionless, not revealing anything. Since I am in charge of this matter, I will decide when to act. As for what plans I have, it is not convenient for me to tell you. When Luo Shi heard that, he was so furious that his face turned purple. Just as he was about to take a step forward, he heard Xianshu scoff. My Tsang Shengdao sect rules. Those who dare to go against their superiors, deceive their masters, and destroy their ancestors die. The sound reverberated. Luo Shi was startled, his expression fluctuating. In the end, he waved his sleeves and left furiously. I really don't understand why the sect would choose such a useless and cowardly person to be our leader. I am ashamed to be in the same team as you. Xie An's brows furrowed, standing still in front of Zhong Shou for a moment. The hand holding the sword suddenly clenched tightly and then suddenly loosened. In the end, he didn't pull it out, saying expressionlessly, First Seat, take care of yourself. After saying that, he left on his own accord. Only Xuanya was left, her expression apologetic. Taking in a deep breath, she bowed. I know that First Seat isn't someone who doesn't save others. Although these sect members are rash, their hearts are sincere. First Seat, please think of a plan. If not, the outcome will be catastrophic. She looked deeply at Zhao Yanran and Xian Yunlan before walking away. As for the people outside the sect, they all scattered in 2s and 3s. When the cave room regained its silence once more, Zhang Xian sighed. Zhong Shou casually cast out a few spells, causing the restrictions at the entrance to return to normal. Then he frowned, thinking to himself that this Tsang Shengdao's news control was a little too backward. If this was in the army of the future, to randomly spread news and disturb the morale of the army, they would be beheaded. Compared to 10,000 years later, the tightly organized Tsang Shengdao was different. In his heart, his impression of Xuanya and Luo Shi had changed. The anxiousness of these people didn't seem fake. They were really worried about the deaths of those 10 over sect members. Although they were a bunch of random people, their will was as strong as a city. What a really weird sect. Xianshu also frowned, knowing that Zhong Shou's plan to lock down the news was just empty talk. Annoyance appeared on his face, but he forced himself to calm down. First Seat, please don't blame them. These disciples are just worried about their fellow sect members. They didn't mean to offend you. They didn't dare to be disrespectful to you. Xianshu also felt that these words were too fake. He coughed dryly and said, I wonder what we should do next. Zhong Shou was startled like he didn't hear those words. A moment later, he laughed. They nearly fell into a dead end. Forcefully saving them is definitely not appropriate. However, that might not be the only way. Can the sect think of a way from above? Order that Lu, county city, head to delay the beheading to a month later? Didn't that Taishang emperor hate Tsang Shengdao to the bone? We can also let Lu, county, send these Tsang Shengdao rebels to the capital. That Xianshu was stunned, thinking to himself that there was actually such a method. Xian Yunlan, who was originally frowning, was delighted. That is a good idea. It isn't hard to do it, and it is also majestic. Not only would that Lu County City head not dare to go against it, Even Yuan Jiuchen would be at a loss. We just need to delay for a month and wait for Yuan Jiuchen to die. At that time, we can easily save these fellow sect members. As expected from your highness. Zhong Shou smiled. Speaking of this method, it was actually just copying the wisdom of others. 300 years later, Song Shangdao had used this method to save a bandit whose name was famous throughout the cloud world and even shocked the God Emperor. Naturally, he couldn't tell these people that this was done by the future Song Shangdao. It would cause those righteous sects to lose a lot of face. He could only come up with an idea for this matter. As for the specifics, he still needed the Qingyin school to do it. This sect was in the marketplace and brothel. Their strength in the mortal world was the strongest. Since Xian Yunlan said that it was okay, then Zhong Shou was able to relax once more. However, that night, Zhong Shou didn't have time to finish a set of spiritual breathing fist. In the entire underground cavern, several loud explosions could be heard. Spiritual energy ripples shook unceasingly. One could hear the sound of weapons clashing. When Zhong Shou frowned, thinking about whether or not Yuan Jiuchen had already come knocking on his door, he walked out of the room that was allocated to him. He saw that Xian Shu was standing at the door with an ashen white face. Zhong Shou walked over and looked around curiously. Then he understood what was going on. Did Luo Shi and the others leave on their own? A thread of blood seeped down from the corner of Xian Shu's lips as he bowed towards Zhong Shou. Not only them, even some common people, mysterious dragon warriors from the 3 sects and 6 schools left. This time I am useless and wasn't able to take care of them properly. Zhong Shou didn't have any intention to blame him. Instead, he mocked himself in his heart. This was truly a case of one wave rising after another before the first wave had subsided. Actually, looking at the situation of those people, he should have thought about it long ago. As expected, he wasn't made to be the ruler of country. Xian Shu alone definitely wasn't the opponent of Xie Guan and Luo Shi. Those common people, mysterious dragon warriors were after all from the 3 sects and 6 schools. Their feelings towards the sect were stronger than Song Shangdao. The words of Luo Shi and the others were more useful. He was too careless to continue provoking them like that. These people had no place to vent, so they could only choose to leave, tossing him aside and doing their own things. Zhao Yanran and Xian Yunlan stood not far away. Their expressions were really ugly. Zhao Yanran watched as the spiritual array cracked open. A moment later, she stomped her feet heavily on the ground. These fellows really can't accomplish anything but are good at spoiling things. Chapter 428. These fellows really can't do anything but spoil things. Xian Yunlan also sighed softly. It's my fault I didn't notice the weird movements of these senior brothers and sisters. It isn't much of a problem, we just need to chase them back in time. Luo Shi and Xie aren't normal people and won't be easily schemed against by Yuan Jiuchen. Zhong Shou frowned when he heard that. In just a day, he felt like he had aged by several years. It was because these few people were really smart, which was why it was tough. If Luo Shi and the other 2 wanted to hide and avoid them, they wouldn't be able to find them. If the people of the profound arts wanted to find him, it would be extremely difficult. Speaking of which, he had to blame himself. After all, this place wasn't Gantian Mountain. In the Gantian Mountain army, no matter how his subordinates didn't understand or how much they resisted, they wouldn't go against his orders. All his plans had nothing to do with these people, and he couldn't use them. He treated them like useless chess pieces. As long as they just looked on from the side, it was okay. This was why he was too lazy to explain to them. Frowning deeply, Zhong Shou suddenly saw a teen body leaning against the stone wall as she laid down. That face was Yongqin, who was prepared to use the heart-charming grass and beautiful demon technique to plot against him. Zhong Shou felt weird, walking over, following which he lightly tapped on her brow. A sliver of water-type psionic energy entered through the Shunshao acupoint, causing the girl's eyes to twitch. A moment later, she opened her eyes. When she looked at Zhong Shou, she was instantly frightened, her body shrinking back. For some reason, her face flushed red. Zhongsho's heart was like a mirror. He was really clear about why this girl would have such a reaction. His face was really serious, acting like he didn't know. You stopped them, which was why you fainted. Why didn't you leave with them? Oh, to be able to follow the sect rules and stop the horse at the edge of the cliff. Not bad. Based on what he knew, this brat was the one who disliked him the most. She had been colluding with her fellow sect members, swearing to overturn this incompetent first seat. Na Yongqin was a loss at first. Then her eyes burned with anger. Of course not. I'm the first one to say that I want to leave this damn place to save people. Then, he said sadly, Marshal Ni Xuanya must have felt that it was too dangerous, so she knocked me out here. Zhongsho nodded his head in understanding, thinking to himself that the main culprit was this person. Then, he cast a sideways glance at Chu Shui. The latter was at a loss and didn't know why Zhongsho was looking at him. As for Xian Shu and Xian Yunlan, who were on the side, they didn't have the mind to pay attention to Yongqin's words. They were both worried about how to salvage the situation. Zhao Yinran's expression changed slightly, and she regained her calm. If Zhongsho was still in the mood to joke around with her junior martial uncle, he must have a solution. She had been following Zhongsho for nearly a year. She knew that there were very few things in this world that could trouble this guy. However, her brows furrowed. A feeling of unwillingness rose up in her heart. She couldn't understand why Zhongsho was still so confident even at such a stage. However, when Zhao Yinran calmed down and thought about it carefully, she was still helpless. On the side of Zhongsho, after confirming that Yongqin didn't know where Luoshi and the others went, he didn't bother about this silly girl. He said expressionlessly, as they say, misfortune and fortune depend on misfortune. Fortune and misfortune lie within. Everything in this world has both good and bad sides. Luoshi and the others leaving might not be a bad thing. If we plan it well, who knows, we might be able to win a round against Tailing's sect before killing Yuan Jiuqin. The brows of the people here all rose up, looking at Zhongsho in shock. With the current situation, it would be good if it didn't worsen. However, Zhongsho was thinking about winning against Tailing's sect. Xian Yunlan's pupils constricted. Moments later, she regained calmness. When Zhongsho led the Gantian Mountain fleet to hunt in the Cloud Ocean, pretty much no one had high hopes for him. In the end, it was the Gantian Mountain fleet that returned with a bountiful harvest. He also used this as a chance to regain lost land and swallow up several provinces. Like he was able to remain calm at any time. It was as if nothing could stump him. As expected from the ruler of a country, the spirit of the king of 100 monster races. Within a day, I want all the maps around Lu County. He didn't notice the gazes of the few people around him. Zhongsho used his fist to hammer his palm. For some reason, his body started to get excited. His fox ears couldn't help but perk up. A bright glow shone in his eyes, his fighting spirit rising. All right. Also, let me take a look at your common people, mysterious dragon warrior heart cultivation methods, and sword techniques. He originally wanted to be clean and complete this mission as soon as possible. Then, he could cultivate peacefully to prepare to break through to grade 7 and form the two extreme yin and yang dharma. Today, to be able to fight a battle and try out the Taiqing, Chengfeng sort of tailing sect seemed like a good idea. This legacy sword technique that was said to be close to grade 9, half a step to heaven-shocking grade. He had long wanted to experience it. However, in a last life, he had no fate with it. At this moment, the more he thought about it, the more tempted he was. If gentle means couldn't solve the problem, then he would use force. This was Tanchio style. Xian Shu's brows furrowed when he heard that. He didn't know why Zhongsho was so confident that fighting spirit actually surged towards him. However, in his heart, he felt relaxed. Maybe this first seat really had a way. 3 days later, roughly 20 miles east of Lu County, on a small mountain peak, a full 200 cavalry were lined up in an orderly manner within. The front of the formation was sharp, and the back was wide, forming a sharp arrow shape. Song Xingdao's main hall had a total of 150 cavalry. Not all the common people, mysterious dragon warriors of the 3 sects and 6 schools had left. There were only 80 left. A total of 240 people quietly stood there. Around there were 20 grade 6 returned to Sun Realm spirit masters casting illusionary techniques to cover up this place. Ruo Shui was in the middle, and a mysterious shadow condor was hovering above her with the support of many spirit masters. With the help of many spirit masters, a special ability caused this small space to close to being folded. Even if someone unintentionally entered this place and occasionally looked up, they wouldn't be able to notice the presence of these 200 cavalry. Zhongsho stood at the front, sitting on the horse, closing his eyes to rest. He injected thin threads of true qi into the body of the silver-scale wind-stepping beast beneath him. At the same time, he adjusted the body of the mount such that the horsepower was maintained at its optimal state. At the same time, he used this method to strengthen his connection with this temporary mount. Not only did his mount change to the common people, mysterious dragon warrior, silver-scale, wind-stepping beast, covered in a black and red armor. It also wore a black and red mysterious dragon armor, a blood-red cloak, and carried a red giant sword on its back. Those few people have already left. Zhongsho opened his eyes long ago, expressionlessly looking towards the small mountain at the side. The few auras there had already disappeared. This should be the scouts of Yuan Jiuchen, a few cavalry whose strength were all grade 5. A total of 20 cavalry squads were searching around the wilderness near Lu County. 3 days ago, he and these common people, mysterious dragon warriors, had already hidden here. Many times, they didn't even dare to move. The hardships within couldn't be told to outsiders. However, there were many times when they were noticed by these people, when they confirmed that there weren't any other scouts around. The expressions of all the spirit masters relaxed slightly. Ruasha A was the first to descend the mysterious shadow condor, lovingly hugging it in her arms and feeding it a few spiritual pills. It caused the dispirited black condor to regain some energy. The other spirit masters also removed most of the illusionary techniques. They sat cross-legged, trying their best to recover their soul power. This is already the 10th wave. This Yuan Jiuchen is really worthy of being called a famous general of the West. He is really careful. However, he is willing to be the claws and fangs of Tailing Sect. While speaking, Xianshu's eyes were extremely complicated as he looked towards the direction of Lu. Apart from the bone-deep hatred on his face, there was also some respect. If it wasn't for Zhongsho leading them here 3 days in advance, they wouldn't have been able to find such a place. The location they chose was also the best. What was unexpected was that they didn't choose those hidden spots and coincidentally chose a place where the mountain wind was really intense, where Spirit Master's soul sense couldn't find. The moment they got close, they would be noticed by the scouts. In terms of respect, the fellow beside him was also a monster. 10 times better than that Yuan Jiuchen. Before his words landed, a burst of laughter spread out from behind. With junior niece Xuanya's intelligence, she would be able to easily save those 10 over fellow disciples. Why would she need you to save her? The voice was like a silver bell, coming from behind Zhongsho and Xianshu, a dumpling-like presence. It was Yongqin, who was currently tied up on a horse. Her body was wrapped up with ropes, only revealing a small face. As she spoke, she laughed coldly. Hiding here so stupidly, what kind of skill is that? Is it interesting? Zhongsho was speechless. Such words were something that even Xuanya, Luo Shi, and the others wouldn't dare to say. He noticed that this little girl was really naive. She wasn't as cute as his Chu Shui. He didn't know where to place this girl. If he let her follow, he was afraid that she would cause trouble. If he placed her in a hiding spot, he was also worried that she would run out and cause trouble. Thus, he decided to tie her up and bring her by his side as a form of punishment. However, during these 3 days, Yongqin would occasionally mock him. Luckily, she knew the big picture, such that Zhongsho could bear with it and didn't seal her voice acupuncture point, turning her into a mute. He originally didn't want to bother, but at this time, he was indeed bored. Thus, he gave out an evil laugh. Do you want to bet? What do you want to bet? Yongqin didn't hesitate. She couldn't show weakness. However, who knows what she thought about, her face flushing red as she added, "You are not allowed to have any bad thoughts." Zhong Shou rolled his eyes, thinking to himself that her small body wasn't good enough for him. However, his interest dimmed by a little. "If you lose when you return to Tsang Shengdao Palace, you have to shout, 'I am a little pig,' 3 times in front of all your senior and junior brothers and sisters. Are you willing?" Yongqin hesitated for a moment before scoffing coldly. "So be it, but what if you lose?" Zhong Shou acted like he didn't hear those words, raising his head and looking into the sky. Looking at the color of the sky, it was noon. That Luo city should be really busy now. Xian Shu was worried. The grand disciple of the common people's palace only looked at their mysterious dragon warrior legacy, sword technique, heart sutra, for 3 days. Could he really do it? Chapter 429. Luo County, a county with a population of less than 600,000. At this moment, it was filled with a huge crowd. However, at this moment, contrary to the bustling atmosphere, a solemn aura was spreading throughout the city. It seems like there is definitely an ambush. Luo Shi's residence was in a small attic far away from the city. There were numerous buildings in front of him blocking, but it couldn't block his spiritual technique. However, the outcome made him suck in a cold breath. His eye-blocking technique only pierced 3,000 feet before it was blocked by spiritual energy. He didn't notice anything at all. However, the more it was like that, the more shocking it was. When Xian heard that, he wasn't surprised at all. As expected, that Yuan Jiuchen and Tailing sects saw that we had to save them. What we need to think about is how to save them and how to escape. However, we still have too few people. Xuanya was really worried and wanted to stop them, but he couldn't say anything. For these 10 fellow sect members, they would probably cause more senior brothers and sisters to be trapped here. That sense of danger was getting heavier and heavier. Thinking about it, Xuanya suppressed such thoughts. The 3 sects and 6 schools helped one another. No matter how much they lost, they should save them. In the end, it is because of that Tan Xiu. If it wasn't for this person being so cowardly and unwilling to save fellow sect members, how would we be lacking in manpower? That day I saw through Tan Xiu's personality. He dares to do things but doesn't dare to admit it. I wanted him to swear to his heart demon, and he immediately changed his words. Lija scoffed, his voice filled with disdain. His expression turned serious. However, we should be really careful about today's matter. Saving people is good, but we can't let down the lives of so many senior brothers and sisters. It is best if we plan carefully. Xian and the other 2 all frowned and exchanged glances with one another. Although they had some doubts in their hearts, what this person said made sense, and they couldn't scold him. That Yuan Jiuchen wanted to bait us into attacking. He used an open scheme. Our Tsang Shengdao can also use an open scheme to take down the East Gate to defend our retreat path. Let's see how they react. If they bear with it, they must be planning something huge. Just as they were speaking, a dozen or so violent explosions suddenly came from outside the building. A thunderous boom shook the entire city. Countless crimson flames suddenly soared into the sky. The few people in the building were all startled. They all looked out of the window. Then they heard a few shouts. "There's a fire there. Put out the fire. It's Tsang Shengdao's men. These bandits." Fortunately, no one died. Luo Shi raised his eyebrows and saw that the flames were mostly coming from the center of the city. There were also some in all directions, causing the entire county to suddenly become chaotic. When he looked around, he saw a ferocious, murderous aura surging into the sky and surrounding him. Luo Shi cursed inwardly. Who was it that was causing trouble? He didn't think much before stepping into the air. We can't stay here any longer. Tell everyone to escape. Take the East Gate. Xian and Xuanya rose into the air at the same time. The latter charged at the East Gate and slashed out. The vast sword energy was as quick as lightning as it smashed the city gate into pieces. Even the city protecting spiritual formation of the East City was reduced by 50%. The Tsang Shengdao disciples hiding in the nearby buildings all ran out of the city without needing to be instructed. Knowing the situation, it was impossible for them to save people. In just a moment, the army that Yuan Jiuchen arranged nearby would lock down the entire city. Xiaoyan flew in the air, his brows were tightly furrowed. No matter how he thought about it, the situation today didn't seem right. It was like someone wanted to alert the enemy. It was tailing sect. However, looking at their style, it didn't seem right. Suddenly, from the corner of his eyes, he saw two petite people who had safely escaped out of the city gate. Xian Yanlan, Zhao Yanran. Xiaoyan's pupils constricted. Before he was furious, a strong aura charged over. Long Lingzi, he instinctively slashed out with his sword. Instantly, sword energy surged in the air and energy spread all about. Xian looked out towards where the sword light came from, only to see that it was tailing Sek's Long Lingzi. He couldn't help but take in a deep breath, forcefully suppressing his emotions. In the battle today, he, Xuanyi, and Luoshi were the strongest. Naturally, they had the responsibility of covering the retreat. They could only fight to the death. At the same time, within a tall building at the center of Lu City, a 40-year-old male with a resolute face had a weird expression. In his hand, he was holding an official document. Just now, he had already read half of it. However, at this moment, he could only stop. In front of him, a teen wearing a green Taoist robe with exquisite features was leaning on the railing and looking out. His clear eyes were also filled with shock. Weird, what are those Tsang Shengdao people thinking? Do they think that by causing trouble, we can let those 10 over demon bandits go? The 40-year-old male didn't reply, only using true chi to send the document over. The young man took it, and his delicate eyebrows furrowed even more. The contents of the document was to delay the beheading time, to send these 10 over Tsang Shengdao disciples to the capital. This Tsang Shengdao really has good methods. He is finally smart for once. Since the Ministry of War sent it, then we have to follow it. But what's going on now? Not only was Ji Lingzi confused, even Yuan Jiuchen didn't understand. Those Tsang Shengdao disciples who fled didn't seem to be faking it. However, why did these people still run out when the Ministry of War sent the document? Those 10 over explosions seemed to have the intention of alerting the enemy. Who knows who did it? Making one's head filled with questions. Who knows whether or not they should chase and kill at this moment? Ji Lingzi thought about it for a moment before cupping his fists towards Yuan Jiuchen. Commander Yuan, please give the order to chase. No matter what methods Tsang Shengdao uses, we will use strength to suppress and force them. There won't be anything wrong with that. The situation is on my side. If we use our troops, that Tsang Shengdao won't be able to play any tricks. When Yuan Jiuchen heard that, he smiled. That's true. When he said that, he stepped into the air and exited the tall building, like they had received a signal, only to see numerous elite soldiers surge out from the nearby houses. Like a wave, they swept towards the East City. Outside of Lu City, still on that small mountain peak. At this moment, Zhong Shou was so bored that he was about to yawn. Only when dozens of explosions spread out from the city did he get pumped up. As expected, in just a moment, hundreds of people fled out from the East Gate. The ones charging at the front were naturally Zhao Yanran and Lin Mingya, each of them riding a silver-scale wind-stepping beast. Their speed was extremely quick, much calmer than the people behind. Not long after these 200 people charged out of the city gates, following which, a vast number of iron cavalry chased after them. What was happening above them was even more shocking. Spiritual energy shook. One could see that Xuanyi and the other two were fighting intensely in the air. Pretty much every one of them was facing a grade 7 expert. The situation was extremely dangerous. In the distance, there were two people who were stepping in the air. It's the purple cloud sword cavalry of Tailing Sect, Daoming Sect's Qingyuan power warriors. Xian Shu clenched his fists tightly. In the direction of the city gate, The 800 cavalry wearing purple armor were the famous Tao soldiers of Tailing sect, Purple Cloud Sword Cavalry. As for the person leading the cavalry, it was surprisingly that Tai Lingzi. The person beside him had reached grade 7 strength. He should be one of the commanders of the Purple Cloud Sword Cavalry. Behind this person were 200 cavalry wearing green armor. Apart from having fewer people, their aura was much weaker than the Purple Cloud Sword Cavalry. 200 of them only had grade 5 strength. Xian Shu raised his head and looked into the sky. Daoming Sex, this person also came. Zhong Shou smiled and didn't say a word, half closing his eyes and accumulating energy. Yongqin's eyes were filled with anxiousness as she looked on as the Purple Cloud Sword Cavalry became faster and faster under the buffs of spells. Who knows what secret technique that Tailing used to cause the speed of those mounts to increase? Above, Xuanya was already fighting one against two. Although she was retreating as she fought, she was still in danger. She couldn't help but say anxiously, "Tan Xiu, what are you all standing there for? Why aren't you saving them?" Zhong Shou acted like he didn't hear anything, calm and composed. A moment later, Xian Shu spoke out, "Split up." Zhong Shou acknowledged and didn't say a word. He could see that the 800 Purple Cloud Sword Cavalry were slowly shaking off the Taishan cavalry behind them. The distance was getting further and further. At this moment, Xuanya and Luoshi were slowly unable to hold on. Several wounds appeared on their bodies. Yongqin was so anxious that she was about to go crazy, scolding out, "Tan Xiu, you are cold-blooded. Are you not going to save them? To think that my senior sister Xuanya was speaking up for you, who knew that you were such a vicious person. You are an animal, a beast." If it wasn't for her body being tied up, she wanted to viciously kick Tan Xiu. Zhong Shou was helpless, turning his head to signal. Ruoshui laughed, jumping up and down a few times to the side of Yongqin, covering the lips of the teen. "Be good, listen to me. You like to scold people. You aren't a good kid." Xian Shu's eyes didn't leave the battle in front of him. A moment later, he heaved a sigh of relief. "It is about time." Zhong Shou still acknowledged, lazily holding his sword. Those Tsang Shengdao disciples were chased closer and closer. At this moment, they had already spread out. Those 800 Purple Cloud Sword Cavalry also spread out, a small half of them chasing in different directions. It was the same in the air. Xian and Luoshi each went in a direction and started to escape. Zhong Shou's lips curled up, thinking to himself that these people weren't fools. Yongqin was struggling with all her might, but she was forcefully controlled by Ruoshui, such that she couldn't move at all. Zhong Shou continued to wait until the remaining main force of the Purple Cloud Sword Cavalry, 400-odd cavalry, were not far away from the foot of the mountain. When they were 10,000 feet away, he suddenly opened his eyes and pulled out the giant red sword on his back. The sword was 3,000 kilograms, the size of a door. It was heavy, and there was some pressure when he waved it. Zhong Shou held the giant sword diagonally and was the first to step out. Attack! Those 10 spirit masters were prepared, instantly casting out many spells and talismans to buff their bodies. The 240 common people, mysterious dragon warriors, all gave out a low roar. He rode the silver-scale wind-stepping beast and galloped down from the small mountain. The east of Lu City also changed along with it. Chapter 430. When these 240 common people, mysterious dragon warriors, charged out, pretty much all the grade 7 experts in the east of Lu City noticed right away. Xuanya was first delighted, following which her brows furrowed once more. Within Lu City, there were at least 8 grade 7 experts, 150,000 elites. With these 200-odd people, 1 ascended master, even with Tan Xiu's 2 spiritual pets, wouldn't be of much use. Yongqin, who was tied up, relaxed, but her face was also filled with worry. In the end, she knew that to this hundreds of thousands of troops, these 200 cavalry weren't much. However, at this moment, Ruoshui hugged her and continued to stay on this small mountain. She didn't participate in the charge and could only look on anxiously. tailing on the side, also noticed the movement 10,000 feet away. So they're ambushing troops here. It seems like the elite scouts under Yuan Jiuqin aren't much. However, are these people asking to die? At this moment, his heart was filled with disdain. Even after splitting up to pursue, he still commanded 450 purple cloud sword cavalrymen and 200 Qingyuan force warriors. 3 against 1. How would the enemy be able to charge through? Even if they came suddenly and caught them off guard, they wouldn't be able to win even if they had a slight advantage. They were just asking to die. Making up his mind, Tailing grabbed the reins, causing the purple-winged lizard under him to forcefully turn around. The 450 purple-armored knights behind him did the same. They turned around with ease. The riding skills of those 200 Qingyuan power warriors were slightly weaker, but they were able to turn around within 3 breaths. More than 600 cavalrymen charged forward aggressively. He forcefully charged towards the enemy who was originally at the side. Before they even clashed, Tailing led the spirit masters behind to fire a huge wave of ice arrows towards those 240 common people, mysterious dragon warriors. Closely following, which was a vast sword light that charged into the clouds, charging out from the cavalry army. It was deep purple, the sword light sharp. It was the Dao soldier legacy of Tailing's sect. Tailing purple cloud sword. Tailing's lips revealed a cold smile. This strike was enough to wipe out all these evil demons of Tsang Xingdao. At this moment, Ji Lingzi, who was standing in the air above, had a cold expression on his face. His current opponent was Xian. In his eyes, the battle situation below had no suspense at all. 3 against 1. Unless it was those unparalleled generals with high martial strength. Otherwise, this Tsang Xingdao had no chance of winning. The person in front of him was the same. Although his sword energy swept about, that vast martial path intent wasn't at a disadvantage at all as he clashed with his sword. It looked like he was on the same level as him. However, he was just hanging on for his life and was about to be spent. In just 10 minutes, he could cause this most outstanding martial path genius of Tsang Xingdao to fall here. Tailing sect, tailing them all, tailing them all, tailing them all, tailing them all. However, tailed sect, tailed Yeldo? That's right. That is the peak of the sword, spiritual. Senior brother Tsi. All of a sudden, he didn't bother about Xian anymore. His eyes opened wide as he looked below. Sitting on the back of the grade 5 silver scale wind-stepping beast, Zhongsho's body was following the galloping of the mount, shaking slightly with a rhythm. His hands held onto the door-sized giant red sword, his body also starting to activate the mysterious Dragon Heart Sutra of the common people, mysterious dragon warriors. The aura around his body spread out, forming many small energy channels which were constantly changing, connecting with the 200-odd common people, mysterious dragon warriors behind him. It was like hundreds of people had merged into one. The so-called black color meant that there was a tinge of red within the black. It was the black and red giant dragon intent, a type of fire dragon. Coincidentally, it was compatible with one of the 9 types of true dragon sword intents that he had learned not long ago. When Zhongsho displayed it now, one couldn't see any awkwardness at all. Behind him, Long Ing roared out, causing the aura of the 240 common people, mysterious dragon warriors, to increase. Killing intent surged. Zhongsho only felt that the hot blood in his body that he hadn't felt in a long time was crazily burning, his fighting intent surging. Tailing purple cloud sword? He wanted to experience it. He casually waved the giant sword in his hand, smashing away the mysterious ice arrow rain. Then he slashed out once more. The internal energy, vital energy, and even intent of the 200-odd people were all mixed into one. It turned into a black and red fire sword as it charged forwards. Compared to the vast purple sword light, it was so weak that it wasn't worth mentioning. However, when the 2 sword shadows clashed, the latter was the first to collapse. Along with the earth-shaking explosion, The sword light formed by the Great Spirit Purple Cloud Sword was forcefully sliced open from the middle by the fire-colored sword shadow, like a hot knife through butter. That tailing also felt that something wasn't right the moment they clashed. This is the pinnacle of sword intent. Not only that, this person is unparalleled in formation charging. How is it possible? The condensation of the sword's strength. The movement of the sword was 10 times stronger than his. The angle he chose was coincidentally the weakest point of the cavalry formation behind him, especially the leader of the common people, mysterious dragon warriors. His strength seemed to only be grade 7. However, he was able to freely move the true chi and sword strength of the 200-odd people. He also grasped the pinnacle of sword intent, like the sharpest blade stabbing over. Like no one could block it. Nothing couldn't be broken. Who was this person? Why had he never heard of him before? Slightly distracted, Tailing came back to his senses once more. The current situation was extremely perilous. Tai Lingzi practically exerted all his strength before he once again condensed the violet firmament sword move and swept out. It was even stronger, even more overbearing, bringing with it despair towards life. However, just as that sword shadow was halfway there, he heard the teen cavalry holler coldly. Fire dragon sword slash. That vast fire-colored sword light suddenly turned into a dragon, like it was really a fire dragon, snaking and swimming in the wilderness. Casually pouncing forwards, it forcefully smashed Tailing's final resistance. The giant red sword waved and danced. In a blink of an eye, this grade 7 elite disciple of Tailing's sect was sliced into dozens of pieces. Then the sword shadow waved, along with Zhong Yuan, who was protecting him by the side. The other commander of the Purple Cloud Sword Cavalry was sliced into two. Those 240 common people, mysterious dragon warriors, were pretty much perfectly intact as they charged right into the hundreds of cavalry troops whose aura was greatly weakened. The silver-scale wind-stepping beasts galloped. Numerous armor and metal clashing sounds rang out. The 200 crimson-red swords danced in unison as if they were harvesting wheat. They swept through everything in their path, cutting off one head after another and cutting off the remains of their bodies. When the 240 common people, mysterious dragon warriors, pierced through the formation of the Purple Cloud Sword Cavalry and the Qingyun Energy Warriors, out of the 650 people, only 30 people at the side were lucky enough to survive. On the ground laid 600-odd corpses, all grade 6. They all died with their eyes wide open, Behind Zhongshu, out of the 240 cavalry, none of them were missing. Only a portion of them had injuries of varying sizes. However, no one cared. All of them were excited, their fighting spirit raging. Along with Zhongshu pointing his sword into the sky, all of them hollered furiously. Invincible mysterious dragon, kill. His aura soared into the sky, and in an instant, it seemed to have surged more than 10 times, causing everyone within a radius of several dozen miles to look over in shock. Zhongshu casually tossed the giant sword in his hand, shaking off the pieces of meat on it. Then he clamped down on the stomach of the beast under him, causing this grade 5 silver-scale wind-stepping beast to be covered by a strong wind. Wind-stepping. Along with Zhongshu charging up, those 240 common people, mysterious dragon warriors, also flew up with their beasts, charging into the sky. The spirit masters following them all chanted once more. Spells were cast out one after another, this time buffing the bodies of those spirit beasts. Pairs of transparent energy wings spread out, causing the bodies of those silver-scale wind-stepping beasts to become even lighter. Although they were in the air, the 4 iron hooves of those mounts were able to shatter the clouds, still galloping like thunder. There were only 200 of them, but they seemed like a huge army as they charged towards Xianyi. In just a few breaths, they were already close. Of the 2 people attacking Xuanye, one was Long Lingzi from Tailing Sect, the other was a grade 7 expert from the Taishang army. The 2 of them simultaneously struck out at the same time. A knife and a sword slashed down from the sky, trying to block. Zhong Shou scoffed coldly. That red fire-colored sword image once again shone in the sky, majestic and vast. In the air, there was another explosion. In an instant, that knife and sword energy that could slice apart mountains and rivers were all shattered. The sword light once again turned into a dragon. With a roaming body, blood rain fell from the sky. The grade 7 Xuanwu ancestor in the army had no way to resist at all, as he was smashed into pieces by those hundreds of giant red swords. Long Lingzi's face was ashen white, instinctively wanting to flee. He used all his strength to force away Xuanye, who was entangling him, and flew into the distance. Zhong Shou's eyes squinted, the sword in his hand fiercely tossed out. The red sword light, in 1/60th of a breath, pierced thousands of feet, totally piercing through Long Lingzi's body. His body couldn't maintain it anymore as he fell down. Zhong Shou gave out a cold scoff once more. "Take him down!" Xian Shu chuckled and casually threw out a huge net, covering Long Lingzi from afar, and grabbed him over. As for Xuanye, she was startled on the spot, looking at the scenes in front of her with a stunned expression. Zhong Shou didn't bother about this woman, turning around and looking towards Ji Lingzi. At this moment, the remaining 3 grade 7 experts in the air didn't dare to chase anymore, all retreating swiftly. They all headed towards the tens of thousands of iron cavalry that had just charged out from Lu City. The other purple cloud sword cavalry that had spread out also tried their best to run back, afraid that they would be left alone. At that moment, it was not only Xuanye. Almost everyone on the battlefield was looking at the crimson cavalry that had overflowing flames with disbelief. This is that Tan Xiu. How is that possible? On the way down a mountain, the ropes on Yongqin's body had already been untied. At this moment, she didn't need to struggle and didn't need to. She was using her tender finger to point at the sky with a trembling finger. This was Tan Xiu. That Tan Xiu that she thought was shameless, cowardly, and useless, relying on the protection of his seniors to get the first seat position in the common people's palace. Chapter 431. At this moment, Ruoxue wasn't as lazy as before. She looked at the corpses of the hundreds of purple cloud sword cavalry emotionally. Although they were Dao soldiers on the same level as the common people mysterious dragon warriors, their individual strength was similar. However, the battle between cavalry formations was just so cruel. Once the aura was scattered, suppressed, and broken, then it would be a one-sided loss. She had followed the late ruler Zhong Weiran. The master who pulled her out of the mud was really smart. However, in terms of leading hundreds of cavalry to charge, as compared to the current ruler, he was far from it. Just as she was slightly distracted, she heard Yongqin muttering, "He didn't. That's impossible. He is only grade 6. How can he grasp sword intent, the pinnacle of sword intent?" Ruoxue smiled, lifting Yongqin's chin from behind, her eyes pure and innocent. "Why do you seem to be stuttering? I can't hear clearly. Be good. In the future, you must listen to what Junior Brother says, okay?" Yongqin's face flushed red, but for some reason, she couldn't speak smoothly. She recognized that it was the pinnacle of sword intent, the pinnacle of martial path intent. He was just grade 6 strength, but his martial path intent had reached a level that Xie and Luoshi and Xuanye, who she worshipped, could only look up to. It was also extremely nimble, like the sword light had its own soul, This was sword path 1 with the spirit. At any moment, it could enter the sword's soul level. In midair, Zhong Shou's silver scale wind-stepping beast was still galloping. This time, they charged towards the 30,000 cavalry that followed behind them. The moment he got close, he felt numerous black arrows covering the sky and covering the earth as they flew over. Riding the wind, Zhong Shou was really calm, bringing the cavalry to the side at a slight angle, avoiding a large portion of the arrows. The 240 silver scale wine-treading beasts also activated their innate ability causing a gust of wind to blow around them. Most of the arrows were blown away before they even got close. The remaining portion was pushed away by the vast aura of the common people, mysterious dragon warriors. Then, the 240 iron cavalry stepped down, charging into the 30,000 cavalry army. They didn't even need to use swords. Just the charge of the 240 silver-scale wind-stepping beasts was enough to stomp the numerous Grade 2 and Grade 3 cavalry into meat paste, only to see numerous human body cavalry beasts being smashed away by the silver-scale wind-stepping beasts. The 220 crimson-red swords that weighed 3,000 jin swept through everything in their path. In this military formation, a real path of blood was carved out. It was like they were entering an unstoppable realm. The slightly stronger experts were all instantly killed by Zhong Shou and the others. The 30,000 cavalry here were unable to stop the 240 common people, mysterious dragon warriors, for even a moment. A moment later, a Grade 7 ascended ancestor wearing a dark blue Taoist robe finally appeared in front of Zhong Shou. "It's with spirit," Xian Shu reminded from aside. This was one of the 4 Grade 7 elite disciples that Tailing Sect sent over. Zhong Shou nodded his head, his face filled with disappointment. These few Tier 7 powerhouses, their strength was just average. Who knows if it was because after he broke through to the Sword Soul level, his horizons were too high. Mu Lingzi fled in the army for a while and saw that the iron cavalry behind him was still chasing him relentlessly. That majestic aura was pretty much one with heaven and earth, getting faster and faster, getting closer and closer. Knowing that there was no hope to hide, Wood Spirit decided not to flee. In an instant, his aura merged with the tens of thousands of cavalry here. Numerous silver sword lights exploded out, filling heaven and earth as they swept back. Tai Qing Chengfeng sword. Zhong Shou's eyes lit up. The battle intent that was silent exploded out once more. The brand new red sword in his hand slashed out once more. The sword light flew about, instantly clashing with the sword image of Wood Spirit tens of times. The exploding energy directly spread all around and underground. The wind surged within 1,000 feet. All the cavalry whose strength wasn't below grade, for were all sent flying. The internal organs of those with lower cultivations were directly crushed into powder. The ground was collapsing. 1,000 feet wide hole appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Just as Zhong Shou's silver-scale wind-stepping beast and Wood Spirit's body clashed. The crimson dragon-shaped sword light finally emerged victorious. It forced aside the Tai Qing Chengfeng sword, following which it used the back of the sword to smack onto the head of Wood Spirit. It directly knocked out this Grade 7 Ascended expert. Take it from me. Zhong Yuan, who was behind, was also really quick. He reached out and grabbed Wood Spirit in his hand, using True Qi to charge in and lock down all his chakra meridians. Looking out once more, only to see an empty space. They were about to pierce through the 30,000 iron cavalry town. Just at this moment, a thunder like iron hooves stomping sound spread out from the distance. Zhong Shou looked over, only to see that Tailing Sect's Ji Lingzi had gathered close to 300 purple cloud sword cavalry and were crazily charging over. Zhong Shou laughed coldly and didn't come into contact with them. He led the 240 cavalry behind him to directly step into the formation and go around them. Just now in the battle with Wood Spirit, although he successfully captured this person, he didn't lose any men. However, they still suffered many losses. The tens of cavalry behind Zhong Shou were more or less injured by the sword energy ripples. There were even a few who suffered heavy internal injuries and were on the verge of death. They relied on the people beside them to hold on and not fall. However, if they had such an intense battle once more, it would be tough to say how many of them would be left. Although he was confident that he could charge out and break the enemy. He also wanted to try Ji Lingzi's Tai Qing Chengfeng sword. However, he wasn't willing to use the lives of the Dao soldiers behind him as the price. War was a place of life and death, the path of life and death. One had to be careful. One had to consider the time, the geography, the people. Within the enemy army, the geography and the people were all at a disadvantage to him. Only a fool would forcefully charge in. He led the cavalry, bringing the 240 silver-scale wind-stepping beasts around half a circle. In just a moment, he was once again in front of the 30,000 iron cavalry. At this moment, those 100-odd common people, mysterious dragon warriors who followed Luoshur and the others to sneak into Luo County, all returned to their formation. In just a moment, they gathered up 400 cavalry. As for the purple cloud, sword cavalry behind, they followed closely behind. Zhongsho suddenly stopped, leading the 400 cavalry to stop on a small hill. His expression was calm as he looked down coldly at the 300 purple cloud, sword cavalry. The latter held their breaths. The face of Ji Lingzi turned green. He felt that the current Zhongsho and the 400 common people, mysterious dragon warriors, were like eagles flying in the sky, looking down on their prey. At this moment, he wanted to directly charge over and rip this person into pieces, killing all the common people, mysterious dragon warriors. However, he knew that at this moment, the aura of the 400 red armored cavalry was extremely strong. That definitely couldn't face them head-on. Not only couldn't they fight, but they also needed to retreat. 30,000 iron cavalry. Only 24,000 were left. At this moment, they were slowly retreating in an orderly manner. Those purple cloud sword cavalry also didn't dare to be left alone, moving closer to the cavalry formation at the side to support one another, until the 100,000 troops in the city slowly walked over. A full 170,000 elites gathered together, their aura rising. Only then did Ji Lingzi heave a sigh of relief. When another 2,000 black armored cavalry charged out from the army, Ji Lingzi's gaze slowly calmed down. This is Yuan Jiochen's Yin City Iron Cavalry, an elite formed by the Han King. They are under Yuan Jiochen, and their strength is said to have reached Xiantun. Hearing that Xian Shu's introduction, Zhongsho didn't comment, looking towards where the commander flag was. A spiritual light flashed in his eyes as he saw everything within the 50 lands. He saw a middle-aged man sitting on a grade 5 beast, his expression dark and cold. He recognized this person. He had seen him in the picture before he came. It was Yuan Jiochen. His position was coincidentally in the middle of the army, numerous elites surrounding him. Zhongsho scoffed, saying coldly, "Raise the flag." The knights behind him immediately understood and raised a large flag high up in the air. On the crimson-red flag, there were 4 golden words: Common People's Mysterious Dragon. The surrounding Xian Shu, as well as the 400 common people, mysterious dragon warriors, were all pumped up, their fighting spirit rising. Ji Lingzi was shocked once more. He knew that the leader of the common people, mysterious dragon warriors, was not only unparalleled in formation charging and was skilled in the martial path, but he was also an expert at raising the morale of the troops. Just by simply raising the flag of the common people, mysterious dragon, the aura of the 100,000 troops was totally wiped out. At this moment, although he had gathered all the remaining purple cloud sword cavalry and had 2,000 more Yin City iron cavalry that weren't weak, he still had 100,000 more. They also had 170,000 elite soldiers as a shield, but they still didn't have any confidence in winning. It seems like that Yuan Jiochen doesn't dare to fight. The one who spoke was a common people, mysterious dragon warrior behind Zhongsho, grade 6 peak, one of the 300 cavalry captains. At this moment, he unwillingly scolded out coldly. That old dog actually has times when he is afraid. Before he could finish his sentence, a burst of laughter rang out from the surrounding 9 people, filled with ridicule and delight. Xian Shu's expression was solemn. This Yuan Jiochen is experienced in using troops. Today, we can't forcefully take him down. Zhongsho nodded his head in agreement. Looking at the army formation, hundreds of thousands of people were lined up in an orderly manner. Some elites were gathered at one spot to coordinate from all directions. To forcefully attack this formation, one would have to pay a huge price. This was something he had expected, but personally looking at it, he felt slightly regretful. If he could take down the head of this person today, that would be delightful and would also save him from numerous problems. Thinking about it for a moment, Zhongsho rode the silver-scale wind-stepping beast down the mountain, bringing the cavalry force as they unhurriedly galloped into the distance. Today, they had already lost their chance, so there was no point in staying any longer. Ji Lingzi only felt a complicated taste in his mouth. He was really unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. He suddenly hollered out, "Who are you? Do you dare to leave your name?" The side of Cang Xingdao was silent. They knew that if Ji Lingzi asked, he would only ask Zhongsho. Zhongsho didn't even turn his head. He originally didn't want to reply. However, thinking about it, he laughed. Cang Xingdao Tan Xiao. Chapter 432. The voice was clear and low. However, due to the silence all around, it spread out to 10 miles of land. Ji Lingzi's brows rose up. He had never heard of this name before. Then his heart sank slightly. He knew that within a few days, this name would spread throughout the cloud world. He remembered that 20 years ago, Cang Xingdao, one Fangwen, one Shui Lingbo pretty much took up all the glory of that generation. 20 years later, was there going to be a Tan Xiao? Just as he was speechless, suddenly a person ran out from the cavalry, saying coldly, "The first seat said that my Cang Xingdao's dozens of fellow sect members will be treated well. Remember to eat and drink well. Not a single thing can be lacking. A month later, he will exchange people with you." After saying that, he laughed out loud and chased up to those 400 common people, mysterious dragon warriors. Ji Lingzi was so depressed that he was about to spit out blood. He could only look on as the cavalry leisurely left. If this Cang Xingdao's Dao soldier cavalry was used to charge the formation, or maybe there were too few of them. However, if they used guerrilla tactics, there was nothing they could do about it. Not only was the number of grade 7 experts leveled out, but the elite iron cavalry were also at a disadvantage. There was also Long Lingzi and Mu Lingzi who landed in his hands. They had no choice but to be wary of him. A moment later, the last person of the common people, mysterious dragon warrior, disappeared from their field of vision. Yuan Jochin walked out from the back of the formation, riding side by side with Ji Lingzi. His expression was also green as he looked in the direction that Cang Xingdao's people left in. This Cang Xingdao is really lucky. After Shui Lingbo, there is actually such a monstrous person. Not mentioning other things, unparalleled formation charging. He is actually the seed of a famous general. Taoist brother Ji Ling. How should we deal with it now? Ji Lingzi also took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing his emotions. An unparalleled general was not scary, but an unparalleled general talent who grasped the pinnacle of sword essence and had the backing of all of Cang Xingdao was truly frightening. This person is indeed problematic. However, this matter isn't over yet. Today, the death of junior brother Tailing and hundreds of our fellow disciples must be avenged. Yuan Jiochin's eyes brightened, and he finally recovered some of his spirit. What he was most afraid of was Tailing's sect giving up halfway. That was equivalent to completely abandoning him, although he was currently in charge of guarding Yin City Pass. However, if he didn't have any other equal help, Cang Xingdao could crush him with just one finger. At that moment, he was truly afraid. For the first time, he felt regret. To get on the good side of Tailing's sect, for that still illusory glory and wealth, was it really worth it to offend Cang Xingdao to death? He also knew that the current Ji Lingzi was like a gambler who had lost everything and was anxious to recover his capital. However, from his standpoint, Yuan Jiochin still had to remind him, "Brother, it is natural to take revenge for junior brother Tailing. However, this kid's sword path is one with the spirit and is tough to deal with. As long as he has 400 common people, mysterious dragon warriors in his hands, he would be invincible on the battlefield. Today, we have already suffered heavy losses, and our strength has greatly decreased. We probably aren't his match. Why don't the two of us return to Tailing Mountain and discuss further? Ji Lingzi was startled as he glanced at Yuan Jiuchen. Only then did he notice that this person actually felt fear towards that Tan Xiao. However, at this moment, he didn't have the mood to mock him. In the battle, just now, even if he knew that he was on the same level as him, he didn't have any confidence at all. With the strength of those 400 common people, mysterious dragon warriors, it wasn't too much to fear. Don't worry, I will ask my teacher about this matter and move people from Tailing Mountain to try to make up for the number of purple cloud sword cavalry to reach 1,000. As he said that, Ji Lingzi frowned. Thinking back to just now, Tan Xiao's sword technique. That person's strength was at most grade 6. However, that sword path was far above his. He wasn't afraid of one person, but once he borrowed the strength of those hundreds of mysterious dragon warriors, his combat strength could directly reach the peak of grade 7. His eyes squinting slightly, Ji Lingzi said decisively, "Apart from that, I will try my best to let the sect send over 2 more Xian Iron Wenshan armor." Yuan Jiuchen's mind shook and knew that this Xian Iron Wenshan armor was a grade 8 spiritual artifact. Not only was it tough for weapons to pierce through, but it could also raise the true qi cultivation of the wearer. It was the sect protecting treasure of Tailing Sect, and it was said that there were less than 40 of them. At this moment, Ji Lingzi scoffed coldly. In today's battle, we were careless and fell for his tricks. Next time, it won't be so easy. A month later, when we change people, that will be the day when victory and defeat will be decided. After saying that, his brows furrowed. Also, you need to ask for help from the Han King. This prince has a Dingxi iron cavalry. It is best if you think of a way to borrow it. Yuan Jiuchen sternly agreed. He had originally planned to do the same. He is actually unparalleled in formation charging, right there in the void. It was still Fang Wen and Han Fong who exchanged glances with one another, sitting opposite one another. Both of them could see the shock in each other's eyes. Senior Master, the revered one, didn't mention that Senior Master Zong had such talent. Indeed, he didn't mention it. Han Fong nodded his head, his face filled with shock and also joy. Based on what I know, in Donglin Cloud Continent, no one has seen this Gantian Mountain Monster King personally lead troops to charge. He has the foundations left by Zhong Weiran and has many generals under him. Hu Qinxiu and the others are all experienced on the battlefield. He also has unparalleled general seeds like Zhong Yuan to charge and break the enemy lines for him. No one knows how strong this Monster King is on the battlefield. While he was speaking, Shi Rulin on the side was excitedly gesturing towards a mirage at the side, her fingers drawing out many weird lines. Her ice blue eyes were filled with an excited glow. However, at this moment, no one paid attention to the 2 people beside her. They treated it as a kid playing by herself. This time, the one that revered Lord Wei found is truly a genius. Senior Master, once the knot in my heart is untied, I will be able to advance. After stepping into the celestial path, within 10 years, I won't be able to enter the cloud world. If this Tsang Shengdao Palace head can be passed to this kid, he will be able to ensure 20 years of peace for Tsang Shengdao. Han Fong laughed bitterly. How would he not know about this matter? Unfortunately, this kid's heart isn't here. There's no point in saying more. He doesn't have enough experience, and no one can hope for him. If he wants power, he shouldn't treat Luo Shi, Xuanye, and the others like that. That sort of attitude showed that he wasn't willing to interfere too much in Tsang Shengdao matters. He remembered that Junior Brother Wei had said that this kid entered the sect to focus on the sword path and cultivation. Although he didn't dislike Tsang Shengdao's goal, he didn't agree with it. A few months ago he didn't care, but now he felt that it was a pity. After Fang Wen kept silent for a moment, he smiled helplessly and didn't mention this matter anymore. If he isn't willing, then the only candidate who can succeed the position of Palace Master is Shui Lingbo alone. I feel that this Shui Xianzi isn't reliable. Tsang Shengdao, revered one, wasn't in the cloud world. Han Fong was also living in seclusion. The palace head of Tsang Shengdao Palace was also the person in charge of Tsang Shengdao in the cloud world. However, 20 years ago, it wasn't like he didn't come into contact with Shui Lingbo. At that time, she was just a little girl, and her personality already gave one a headache. He heard that she became even more explosive and weird, making one worry. Han Fan's expression was also extremely weird, thinking to himself that rather than that, he would rather let this Zhong Shou take charge of Tsang Shengdao Palace. Even if he, Han Fang, was watching from the side, Shui Lingbo's personality was one that did things her own way and didn't put her elders in her eyes. It was really worrying. However, without enough reason and without a better choice, it didn't make sense to not let this girl take over. Luckily, Fang Wen sighed and changed the topic. Just now I saw a great senior master use the sword. In a short 3 days, he was able to grasp the mysterious dragon sword intent to the peak level of sword intent. His martial path foundations have reached the sword soul level. Fang Wen felt ashamed. Compared to great senior master, I have wasted 50 years of my life. I heard that great senior master has grasped spirit and martial arts merging into one. I really hope that one day I can personally see. The first half was still okay, but when he heard the last few sentences, Han Fan's expression became uglier and uglier. Spirit and martial arts merging into one was not bad, but with Zhong Shou's situation, it would take a few years. Forget it. Let's let that fellow suffer. 2 years later, it wouldn't be too late to help him rebuild his foundations. It wasn't a bad thing for young people to face setbacks. Just as they were speaking, a cold laugh spread out from the distance. I thought that your Tsang Shengdao actually dared to come over and attack Yuan Jiuchen. So another core disciple appeared. However, this kid's strength isn't even grade 6, and you dare to let him out. Aren't you afraid that this kid will die early and die outside? Han Fang was startled, following which he scoffed coldly. So, is Tailing Sect Taoist Brother Chun? He knew that Tailing Sect would have Celestial Path experts rush over to take charge. Who knew that it was this kid who was really annoying? Han Fang only knows that today, my Tsang Shengdao disciple is safe and sound. On the contrary, your Tailing Sect has already lost a Tailing kid for 100 purple cloud sword cavalry. Chiyun kept silent for a moment. Unexpectedly, he wasn't furious. After a long while, he laughed coldly. My Tailing Sect will definitely protect this Yuan Jiuchen. With the help of the Han King, how can your Tsang Shengdao fight with me? Even if your Tsang Shengdao isn't willing to give up, then let's have another round to see who wins and who loses. Your disciples are at Yin City Pass. If anything happens, don't blame my Tailing Sect for being heartless. After saying that, Qiu Yun's voice totally disappeared. Han Fang's expression was extremely weird at this moment. Should I tell him that Junior Brother Zhong had a perfect plan and was already destined to win? No matter how many people he sent over, he would just be sending them to die? Fang Wen smiled when he heard that. I'm afraid that after this Mr. Qiu Yun won't stop? Han Fang burst out laughing, filled with disdain. Why are you afraid of him? Chapter 433. At this moment, Zhong Shou not only didn't know what happened in the void, but he was also cursing Han Fang and Tsang Shengdao's stinginess in his heart. Although we won the battle today, however, it also allowed those Tailing Sect people to know about our background. Can't they send more people over? It is best if they send 1,000 common people, mysterious dragon warriors. 1,000 can't? Then 600 can. Xian Shu nearly bit his own tongue. 1,000? 600? This chief disciple really had such a big tone. If he could really send 1,000 or 600 people over, then even he would have some confidence. 600 can't? Then a few grade 7 experts can come over. Is our Tsang Shengdao 3 sects and 6 schools not as good as one Tailing Sect? One Tailing Sect could casually move 800 purple cloud sword cavalry. Their Tsang Shengdao only had 400 cavalry. Before this, Zhong Shou was still excited about Tsang Shengdao's foundations. However, looking at it now, the gap was a little too huge. Even the cleverest housewife couldn't cook without rice. That Xian Shu was speechless. It was Zhao Yinran who took over and explained, "Our Tsang Shengdao's strength isn't weaker than Tailing Sect. It is just that we have too many enemies. We need to be wary of all around. The strength that we can move isn't much." Zhongsho's brows furrowed. In the end, he sighed. He also guessed Tsang Shengdao's situation. They were like fire and water with the Taoists, Buddhists, and Confucians. They also couldn't get along with the demon sect. Apart from their relationship with the Kinzo sect, which was okay, the rest were all enemies. However, if I was the one in charge, I would go all out to move some people over. Moreover, I would do it with great fanfare. It is best if Tailing Sect invests more strength here, the better. Xian Shu's eyes lit up and understood. The more Tsang Shengdao bet, the more likely Tailing Sect would increase their strength. Once victory was secured, it would be enough to cause the number one sect of Taoism to lose some of its vitality. Tsang Shengdao's life would also be better in the future. I will report this matter to the Supreme Venerable One. Perhaps he can transfer 2 more units of Mystic Dragon Warriors over. Not only Xian Shu, the eyes of Zhao Yinran and the others also lit up. Zhongsho smiled. With these people's intelligence, there was no need for him to explain too clearly. Following which he smiled and asked Xian Yunlan, "No one died this time, right?" When the latter heard this, he immediately shook his head. "Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. Only a few dozen houses were burned down. We can make it up to you after this matter is settled." Zhongsho nodded slightly, but he didn't really care. However, he was somewhat rueful. He looked down on the methods of the dozen or so Tsang Shengdao. But in fact, at some point in time, he was about the same. That night, when he was fighting for the position of Gantian Monster King, and also when he was attacking the 7 provinces, he had harmed many innocent people. Although he felt ashamed in his heart, if he was given the chance to do it again, he would do the same. With the mentality of 10,000 years later, in this era, it was really uncomfortable everywhere. Xian Yunlan was halfway through her words when she suddenly shut up. His gaze looked towards the distance, only to see that Luo Shi and the others had already led the many elite disciples and were drawing closer to them. After walking in, Luo Shi bowed awkwardly. "Thank you, First Seat Tan, for saving us in the battle today." The feeling in his heart was really complicated and hard to describe. Before this, he scolded Tan Xiao for not doing anything. He also felt that the matter of the sect, letting him kill Yuan Jochin, was too much of a joke. But today, when he saw Tan Xiao sweeping through the battlefield and defeating 4 rank 7 powerhouses, he was shocked. Only then did he know that, be it martial path or battle techniques, he was far from him. On one side, he felt bad, like he had eaten a fly. He was originally prepared to save people in the city, but was schemed against by this person. He became a bait to lure Tailing Sect to scatter their strength. On the other side, he felt grateful. He knew that if they really attacked to save people in the city, out of 10 people, at least 3 of them would die in the city. The elite disciples of the 3 sects and 6 schools behind him were all silent, their expressions changing. The disdain and contempt from before had totally disappeared. Instead, they were filled with respect. There were also a few female disciples whose eyes shone brightly as they sized up Zhongsho. However, most of them were depressed, their auras dark and low. Zhongsho originally wanted to mock them, but looking at the situation, it wasn't easy for him to do so. He could only coldly sweep the people and say expressionlessly, "After you return, go to the elders to receive your punishment. There won't be a next time. In my eyes, although you all call yourselves elite disciples, you aren't as good as these senior and junior brothers of the mysterious dragon warriors. I heard that Tsang Shengdao has a rule that even if they don't enter the Dao soldier realm, all disciples still need to cultivate the mysterious dragon art. Which one you learned it? 1 arrow can be broken, but 10 together can break everything. Don't you all know this theory? What a bunch of useless people." Behind Zhongsho, the hundreds of common people's mysterious dragon warriors who charged with him were all pumped up. As for those hundreds of elite disciples, their faces all flushed red. They were ashamed, only feeling that they couldn't raise their heads. Even if they were unhappy and wanted to retort, they couldn't say anything. Looking at the battle just now, they could be considered the most useless people, only able to escape in all directions. Indeed, no one went to cultivate the mysterious dragon art. Without this supporting cultivation method, if they joined the cavalry, they would only be a burden. However, in the past, they thought that they were special, so who would be interested in the secret of the mysterious dragon warrior? Zhao Yanran, who was at the side, looked at Zhongsho scolding them with a serious expression. She nearly laughed out loud. Didn't this fellow also not learn it in the past? It was only during these 3 days that he was sharpening his spear at the last minute, hugging the Buddha's feet when things came to a head. However, looking at the mysterious dragon sword art that Zhongsho displayed just now, even if she said it out loud, no one would believe her. Moreover, this fellow had only entered the sect for a short few months, so it made sense that he didn't learn it. At this moment, not only were those disciples ashamed, but even Xuanya and the others were so embarrassed that their faces flushed red. The 3 of them also didn't learn it. In the end, when Zhongsho led the 200 iron cavalry to charge, they could only look on and not interfere. However, amongst the people, there were some who didn't agree. A cold laugh suddenly broke out. You actually have the face to scold people. In my eyes, you might have purposely provoked us to leave and used us as bait. I think First Seat 10 planned this long ago to put us in danger. When those words were said, the area around was totally silent. Most of the people frowned slightly. However, there were a few whose eyes flashed and showed some doubt. Zhongsho pursed his lips and looked coldly towards where the voice came from, only to see that the person who spoke was Li Jia. He thought to himself, was this fellow crazy or dumb? His lips curled up coldly, killing intent rising. Before this, he could still bear with it. However, at this moment, he really wanted to kill someone. What this person did had crossed his bottom line. Xinshu's eyes turned cold as he laughed coldly. Really, a snake bites deep into the bone. You all really have the face to say such words. Do you all know that before you all fled, the First Seat had already made a plan? He ordered Qingyin School to get an official document from the Ministry of War. Everyone was startled. How did the Ministry of War document have anything to do with today's matter? Luo Shi, Xie and Xuanya, and a few other quick-witted disciples. However, he seemed to have thought of something in an instant. His expression changed, and a bitter expression appeared on his face. As expected, in the next moment, they heard Xinshu laugh mockingly. The Ministry of War has ordered Yuan Jiuchen to send the 13th Song Shengdao bandits to the capital to be dealt with. Now, do you all understand? At this moment, even the dumbest person would be able to understand the intentions of the document. The faces of Luo Shi and the other 2 were ashen white, devoid of blood. If that was the case, then their actions were completely superfluous. Based on Tan Xio's plan, they could have easily solved this matter. They came to save people, but instead, they placed themselves in danger. If it wasn't for Tan Xio using such methods and leading 200 cavalry to win the Purple Cloud Sword Cavalry, they would have most probably died in the hands of the enemy. Just now, what Li Jia said was using the heart of a villain to measure the heart of a gentleman. Those few people who believed him felt that they had no face to face anyone. All of a sudden, everyone was silent once more. The atmosphere was awkward, and no one spoke. Just a few breaths later, Xie and Luo Shi felt that something wasn't right and raised their heads, only to see Zhongsho scoffing coldly as he looked at Li Jia. His hand pressed on the sword. His killing intent was like a wave, like he was looking at a dead person. Like in the next moment, he was about to pull out his sword. The few of them exchanged glances with one another, anxiousness appearing on their faces. At this moment, they had already started to look down on Li Jia. Instead, they started to respect Tan Xio. Although his personality was bad, and they didn't think much of it, once he grew, he would be a true pillar of the sect. However, it was also because of that they weren't willing to see Li Jia die in the hands of Tan Xio. They weren't willing for this First Seat to go against the sect rules at such a crucial moment. As for Li Jia, he was covered in cold sweat, bearing the pressure of Zhongsho's killing intent and intent alone. His heart was filled with regret. Only at this moment did he remember who he had offended. Unparalleled battle formations, sword path one with the spirit, third-generation core disciple of the sect. Compared to him, what was his grandfather? Why didn't he control his mouth just now? All of a sudden, illusions appeared in front of his eyes. It was all scenes of Zhongsho tearing his corpse apart, just like before when he was invincible and heroic. A moment later, Leisha suddenly came back to his senses. No, this was a heart demon. How was that possible? He had the 10,000-year warm jade on his body. So how could a demonic intent rise up? First seat. It isn't that I am biased, but this person will be dealt with according to the sect rules. I am guilty and will personally testify against this person. First seat, please calm down. Just as he was persuading him, Xie was suddenly stunned. Turning his head, he saw Li Zhe laughing maniacally. White flames were burning around his body. The true qi around his body was going out of control. Xian instinctively wanted to reach out with a palm to help Li Zhe suppress it. However, his hand stopped in midair, his expression complicated. Senior brotherly swore on his heart demon in front of me. Zhongsho laughed coldly, too lazy to say anything more as he rode the horse forwards. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.